Hey yo. Hey yo. Hello. I am here. We're back with the letter. It's happening. This crap again. We're playing the letter for hopefully the final time. It's the final letter. Oh boy. Right, hopefully it'll be a good time. Hopefully it's spooky. Hi, Butters. Oh, Butters, no. Put that toy back outside. It smells really bad. No, Butters, no. Put that back outside. Go. No, Butters, no. No, Butters, stop. Yeah, yeah, the game is long. We're playing it for like, what, 10 months? Why isn't my chat working? Hold on. Hold on. Chat, what you doing? Why isn't the chat working? What was what? There it is. There's a chat. Now it's working. It's weird. Alright. I'm a mess. I was trying to fix some stuff. Oh, I bought her, like... It's like a plushie that's like a flamingo, and it has, like... The neck and the legs are like rope, because she likes that. But she left it outside, and it got rained on, so now it reeks. And she keeps bringing it back in, and I keep throwing it back outside. Never heard of this? Well, I've been playing it for like 10 months. I've gone through 4 avatar changes. Alright, let's see if we can get through this. I'll do a quick recap before we start, because I stopped playing for a while, so I forgot, so it'll be for everybody. But we have a journal that'll recap everything. I think we're still playing as Ash, not Ketchum. Alright, journal. Let's start from the beginning. I don't remember any of the voices, so... Oh yeah, it probably is. Alright. Hannah threw up. Okay, so let's go over the characters first. Refresh our memory. So we got Isabella, who we played as first. This is the order that we've played everybody in. The last one is Luke. He'll probably tie everything together. He's a bad man. And they're trying to make us feel bad for him, but I refuse. Helm to the no. So we got Isabella. She's from the Philippines. Let me see if I can remember. She wanted to be an artist, but she got stuck being a real estate agent, trying to make money because her father was sick back in the Philippines. She's been here for a few years. And then in the last episode that I played, the one before the last I played, where I was crying, her father had passed away, and she failed to help him recover. So that's where she's at in the point of the story. She's also, I think, the first to encounter all the paranormal stuff. And, like, everything is quote-unquote her fault, but not really, because, no one believes in this stuff. So it's unfair to blame her. But she tried to not spread it, but her friends are being total assholes. Yes, very spoopy. And no one wanted to believe her, and now look what happened. Everyone's in trouble. Because no, all her friends suck. And then we have Hannah Wright, the very rich lady who's married to Luke, who is the last character we're going to play as. She is in a marriage that she is unhappy with. I think someone joined the Discord. Thank you for joining. I can't read what it says right now because it was a passing thing. She is pregnant. I think she's pregnant. Hopeless joined the server. Thank you for joining. Yes, spread. So yeah, she is pregnant with Luke's baby, which is unfortunate. And she's kind of got a thing for Zach, our big boy right here. Our big boy. Zach is a kind soul. He was the only person to give Isabella the benefit of the doubt and wanting to help her. Hi, welcome! We're going through a quick recap since it's been forever since I played. Okay, so Zach and Hannah kind of have a thing going on. Zach, again, is the only person to want to help and believe Isabella about all the paranormal stuff that was happening. He has a weird past where his parents were murdered. I think it was racially charged, the person that murdered them. And he's a photographer. And then we have Marianne McCullough. I believe she was Irish. She's an Irish lady, yes, Marianne McCullough. She's the interior designer for the Omega Mansion. She was hired by Hannah to fix up the mansion that they bought, which is basically where everything is taking place. It's a haunted mansion type of story, if you're brand new to what we're doing. She's a weeb, surprisingly. She's also kind of mean, but it's because she's like, it's hard for her to be social. She's kind of uncomfortable. And she's a great singer. Would you believe it? Where we left off with Marianne is she was like investigating stuff at the mansion, and then she went into the wine cellar because she has a dead friend that she hallucinates, and she got captured by the ghost lady. So that's where Marianne is at the moment, and we haven't seen her since. And then we have Rebecca Gales, who's Scottish. She's a Scottish lady. She's a firecracker, quick to anger. She's in love with Ash, but Ash is in love with Isabella, so there's a triangle. She tried to beat up the ghost with a book. She also beat up Luke with the book. And her and Luke have like a thing, but not really. Like they have a weird friendship budding right now. And then I think she was attacked at the library, and now she's with the gang right now. Everyone's together except for Hannah and Luke, because they're not really part of the friend group, and Marianne's been captured. And then we have Ashton, who we're playing as right now. He is Asian. I'm not sure what kind of Asian. He is a detective, hence the pew pew. And he is very against paranormal. He's very logical, very like facts based. So he was the last person to believe Isabella with everything going on, despite being in love with her. I'm like, you're not gaining yourself any points, bro. And then we were since Isabella works at an office that does real estate. They both were investigating anyone who had come in contact with the mansion to see who's gone missing, who's passed away, from who may have encountered the curse. This is all a curse. It's like a chain letter. So if you come across the letter, the ghost is going to start haunting you unless you pass the letter along. But it's not exactly clear if passing on the letter will actually save you or just spread the curse. We're still learning as we go. Like 30 hours in. And then Luke, I can't click on him because we haven't been him yet. Maybe he'll show up in the journal somewhere. The drawings are really good, though, in here. I think they're like Isabella's drawings. This is Luke. Luke's right here. He doesn't look as good in the drawing as he does in the game. But Luke is a terrible person. He does a lot of shady dealings. He cheats on his wife constantly. And he has another baby with another woman, supposedly, that party crashed, their housewarming party. And then... Oh, this was kind of important. Ash became a detective to stop Luke, or arrest Luke, because Luke was connected to the death of his mentor's wife. I think is how it went. This is the best I got from just remembering. And we could go through the thing, but I think I explained it. Oh wait, okay. So we explained all the characters, but the important tidbit that we need to remember was that when they were doing research, that they found a picture of the original owners of the mansion. And they look eerily close to Luke and Hannah. And then I think it was like a maid or a servant of theirs was burned at the stake for being accused of being a witch. So I assume our ghost lady is the lady that was burned at the stake. So that's what we got so far. Hopefully that made some sort of sense. Or at least jogged your memory if you've been following along the past few months. Alright, I think we're on October 31st. Okay. Oh, this would have been easier to go through. Yeah. We still don't have Luke there. That's fine. Alright, let's continue. Unless anyone has any questions. Alright, we're still playing as Ashton. Alright. Hydrate my vocals, because it's going to be a lot of reading. Luckily, there's no accents right now. Alright. In spite of my failures, or every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend, it's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one they follow me and get into the car. It's in concerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence, a heavy gift, their unwavering trust. Yet it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. They just escaped the ghost lady. She was in one of their apartments, and they slept in a car overnight. In this city of 68,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. I really love, like, all the subtle animations in the background that happens in this game. Though, in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Maybe sleep in a hotel? The Sleepy Sheep Inn back here? Thinking with an exhausted brain is almost as good as running around in circles. We might as well just throw ourselves at that ghost and be done with it. The local Irish pub may not be the best place to hang around when one hasn't slept a wink, or you're stressed. More often than not, it's loud. Sometimes the music played by drunkards grates the ears, and the whole place smells like piss on a bad day. All in all, it's the very definition of the last place I'll hang around after a wakeful night. But it's safe. Or as safe as it can be with G security watching the place. Makes it easy to find help in case you find yourself in a tight spot. The place being owned by a person I've implicitly placed my trust on provides some semblance of comfort, too. Gregor, bartender G, or just G to his regular patrons, might be rough around the edges. Sometimes a bit too gruff for a man serving drinks behind the counter. But he belongs to the good folks of this city. If there's anything in this place I can rely on to look after people important to me, it's probably him. He means well, surprisingly, despite its surly demeanor. Cares to some extent for people he likes, only sees once or twice a week, or on a bad day. Not the best job in the world, in my opinion. But that's exactly it, isn't it? In wine, there's truth. Alcohol, in this case. It loosens the tongue, forces one to let his or her guard down. Whatever inhibitions anyone has, it all flies straight out the window after a few glasses. It has made him observant, too. Always has one or two things to say about someone or something. Most of the time, it's me. Opinionated ass. But God knows how many times I've asked for his help. When I'm met with a dead end in a case, or I'm in trouble. This time's no different. We're in a bar. It looks pretty quiet in here. Doesn't seem all that loud. As expected, the moment we show up, he's kind enough to offer us a room in the back of his shop. A single look at my face, I don't even need to say anything, and the next thing we know, he's leading us in. I clicked out the game by accident. No questions asked. Maybe it's also for this reason why I find myself drifting towards his station hours later. After having gotten that much needed shut-eye. Newly washed drinking glasses and tumblers line the counter surface when I enter the room. Behind the bar, G's busy wiping each of them clean, like prepping it for tonight's use. Briefly, he glances up at me once I claim one of the empty stools and grab a rocks glass sitting closest to my elbow. That's some nice ice. I wish I could draw ice like that. Turning it absent-mindedly in my palm, just to keep my hands occupied while my brain's busy, still trying to make sense of everything. Even at a dead hour, with only a few patrons milling about, this place still smells strongly of liquor. Honestly, I've grown fond of it. Regardless of how many times I've made the trip or sat here on the same spot just talking with the old man. I've never been fond of drinking in the first place. Well, a lot of Asian people are allergic to alcohol. Yet oddly, it's the nasty odor of brewery that helps clear the mind this time, along with the lack of the establishment's usual hubbub and the occasional clinking of glasses. Even more bizarre is that, through my lack of words, G doesn't say anything. Although it's clear from the way his mouth has curved up in a tight frown that he has questions, a bucket load of it, he wisely keeps it shut. Instead, he simply focuses back on his work. Rinse, wipe, stash away, repeat. Going through the motions with such familiarity, it's almost a trance. Watching his precious movements, quietly like this, with these thoughts swimming inside my head, it's easy to lose track of everything around me. One subtle lead on this, one possible way to sort this out, but will it work? Especially if my assumption's correct, and the reason Zach was there yesterday morning is because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to visit the place that morning. What if the couple had fallen victim to the curse too? If it doesn't fall outside the realm of possibility, I've been so biased, not even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
Yeah, you're not very good. That's likely the moment when Cooper saw it. If the logic holds, I need to hurry there right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there. Where all this fucking mess started. It's not only my life on the line here. There are others. What happened to us, I won't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them, or how complicated all this has suddenly become. The letter, the woman, the mansion. And now there are the voices lacing venom inside every crevice in my head, murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
It's because you didn't listen.
Who are you?
All your fault.
Oh, it's just random people. Okay.
Why won't you believe me?
Yeah, why didn't you believe her, Ash? A reminder of what I've failed to do and who I've failed. At some point, they all begin to blur together, twining and coiling. Every horrid image and memory of her seeking the forefront of my mind. No matter how much I refuse to remember the fear I felt then, to push it as far back as I can, the visions come to me like a deluge. I've learned so many words from this game. And before I know it, before I can drown, another voice pulls me out of it.
You doing good there, boy?
His hand's on my shoulder, gripping it tightly and giving me a light shake. There's relief in his face when I finally look up at him, although his frown appears more distinct than the concern in his eyes. It's deeper now, marred with worry and agitation. He does let go when I offer him a small nod, but the furrow between his eyebrows never leave his face. He always has a knack for reading people, after all, even someone who can be as closed off or distant like me. In all the time I've spent in the Force, there's only one other person who's as keen as this old guy, the Chief, and I think they're voiced by the same person. Funny, and weird to some degree. I've pointed it out to him so many times before how much they look alike, only for the observation to be brushed off with the vehement tone. Are they related? Because they're also voiced by the same person. I never brought it up again after... Or is it the same person? Is he in disguise? Does he do this at night for fun? I've never brought it up again after the third time, out of respect for the guy. Whatever it is, it's clear that something he doesn't want to talk about. Why push, right? However, during times like this, it's impossible for the thought not to come up. He even has the glare down pat. Under his wordless scrutiny, I feel like a damn rookie again.
You're looking a bit green. Sure you got plenty of rest back there? You were only out for an hour or two. Wouldn't hurt to try and get some sleep. I'll keep an eye out.
No need. Don't worry about me.
Take the sleep!
I won't be able to get some sleep anyway.
Take the sleep. Not with her face still clear, a clear picture in my mind now.
I heard that from you before. Not buying it. What's the story this time?
Demons.
This as bad as that case with the guy who ate his own eyeball?
Ew.
I wish it were. Jesus, stop reminding me. I hated that case.
I would too, damn.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you get a kick out of telling people about it.
It's useful, you know, for blokes who don't know their limits. Sends them right out the door after I start with a description. Or was it the part when the poor schmuck gouged his eyes out? Nasty, awful, icky stuff, and it gets the job done. Like I said, useful. Don't even need to call security these days if I want to kick someone out. Anyway, pretty sure that pales in comparison to whatever this is now. I haven't seen you this stressed out since they closed that case.
It's ghosts.
The one from 10 years ago, with your professor friend.
Abigail and her team weren't able to solve that one, G. No one has been able to. It just went cold.
Because money paid people off.
Same difference. But what do I know, eh? I just serve drinks, listen to people's problems and their whining, then make sure they get home safe afterwards. Thing is, I'm also not blind, kiddo. And you can bet your ass I can tell when a person's about to fall apart.
What? Is this some form of therapy from you? Are you going to offer me free drinks now?
Really, I can use some right now. Something to numb the senses. But when has that helped anyone?
In your dreams, kid. Last time someone gave you the hard stuff, your photographer friend had to haul you out of this place almost half naked.
Hey, I can handle my liquor when I put my mind to it.
Not from what I've seen, nope. Besides, you usually avoid drinking. Either way, it's out of the equation. And when booze no longer counts, we just talk. So, talk. It's not like anyone within earshot will care. That chap over there only wants his cricket matches.
I doubt you believe it, G.
I've heard worse stuff. Try me.
Ghosts.
You know that mansion down at Anslum?
Yeah, who doesn't? You live in this town long enough, it's impossible not to hear a thing or two about it. Bloody locals.
Well, my friend found a primitive version of a chain letter in there. Now that we've seen it, we're cursed.
A beat passes. For a long moment, G stands there unmoving, his hand stopped short of placing the glass he's been wiping prior back to the rack on his left. All while he stares at me with eyes that are nothing short of scrutinizing. He probably assumes I'm joking. Who wouldn't? Not a week ago, I've been put in the same position. Even now, in spite of the things I've seen and heard, it simply won't sink in. Or maybe this is just desperation creeping in, the idea that I may not be able to find a way out of this. Whatever the case is, for people who hasn't experienced what I'm going through, this will merely sound like an awful Halloween prank.
It's not a prank.
This must have been what Isabella felt the whole time we made fun of her that day. Yeah, 'cause you're awful friends.
This isn't a prank. I saw something.
Now it's too late. We're stuck in a never-ending nightmare, where the only way out might be death. And like I've expected, G's reaction to it, an amused laughter. It booms through the whole pub after a long bout of silence. Like I've just told him a particularly funny joke.
Okay. Good one, kid.
Hello, I see you on Twitch.
You don't want to spill? No one's forcing you. Seriously, though. Good one.
Not to joke. Although I want to be angry with him, I can't find it in myself. Can't even muster the energy for a scowl or a glare. Nothing but a taste of my own medicine to temper the annoyance bubbling up in me, I suppose. In the end, echoing her words is the best I can do.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, alright, good luck with that. You're on your own. Here I thought you didn't have an ounce of humor in that body. Guess I'm wrong.
He shakes his head, lets out another chuckle before returning to his task. But now, almost half the glass have been put away. The only ones remaining are the smaller kind used for shots and stemmed ones for cocktails. Despite being busy with his tasks, his amusement does not entirely disappear from his face. He keeps talking as if I'm simply another customer he entertains with his stories. But we both know it's more than that, if the wistful expression on him says anything.
Man, can't believe you're the same rookie who walked in here almost a decade ago. Too smart for his own good, that boy. He's always been 2 steps ahead of things. Now he's here, sulking.
I must have screwed up somewhere then.
I must have screwed up a lot. For things to suddenly shift like this for me to become a mere shadow of the person I used to be.
No, I don't think so. This one, screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then. You know, the sort that's a bit unsure, making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stop calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
A significant pause follows at its heels. From both of us, as he allows its meaning to sink in and spur something in me. Stirring a feeling both heavy and forceful, but not completely unwelcome. Familiar. Though before I can even clarify what he's trying to imply or gather my thoughts on the matter, G turns away to begin his work on the silverwares. He'll need those, too, once more of his patrons come in for lunch. What time of day is it? Slow and easy. A sharp contrast with the strained air we've been wading through these past weeks. A fleeting moment, but one I allow myself to relish, if only because of its absence lately. The way things are now, this is almost a gift. So when it all ends with the loud shuffling of foot from the adjacent hallway, a sigh is all that leaves me. There's no need for me to look up to know who it is. Zach's treads alone are telling. There's always a weighted set to them, steps that are taken with a lazy cadence. Like he's always trying to make himself smaller, less conspicuous than he actually is. In a place he's familiar with, he also tends to linger, stand awkwardly at the sides, as if he's all too afraid to break something. That or he's waiting for permission of some kind. Either way, he's never been the kind to barrel headfirst into things or forego courtesy, despite appearances. Much like how Rebecca's mother henning bellies her fiery temperament, or Isabella's rare displays of maturity appears at odds with her youth. There has been a lot of those in my life, it seems. More so from the people I've grown closer to over the years. Walking contradictions, we all are. It's a wonder how we ended up as friends in the first place. But maybe that's also exactly why, to some extent, there's still an understanding in there, in knowing that no matter how long you've been together, or how familiar you are with a person's habits, or how many lifetimes there might be for all of you, one can never fully know a person. Sometimes it works because they merely choose to stay. Sometimes it's as simple as someone extending a hand first for an apology, regardless of every hurtful word said.
Hey, Ash?
Hey, buddy. This time I glance at him, briefly gauging the mood. Not because reconciliation's an issue for me, between us, it never will be. But somehow this is another thing I'm all too afraid to see crumble in front of me. One wrong word of this, if this is going to end in another argument, we might as well stop early as now. There's another long pause from him, during which he can't seem to figure out what to do with his hands. In the end, he chooses to stuff both into his pockets and train his eyes at the now empty space behind the counter. Without our notice, G has slipped back to the kitchen, leaving the two of us and everything awkward in the world at the moment. Still, Zach trudges on, a hopeful tone slipping into his voice simply because it's the only thing he knows to do.
Did you, get any sleep?
Oh, I'll look at him caring. It's a start at least, a stiff one, but a start. At least I can offer in return is that rare honesty.
For a few hours, yeah.
Curt, brusque, but not an ounce of friendliness in it. In spite of it, Zach takes it as a sign. Relief washes over him as his shoulders relax, and he releases a tense breath. Soon, he's closing the distance he has put between us and flops into the chair to my right.
I think the better question is if the dreams are pleasant. And for the record, no.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get those a lot.
He shifts in his seat, cough, drums his fingers on the counter for a short while, then falls silent. That's it. No apologies. Somehow that short exchange is all we need. The air changes again, much like everything we've known lately. Maybe not for the better, not yet, however, it's less suffocating. With less hostility and resentment. The kind where it's easy to pretend, easy to forget. Not that it's a thing that'll happen anytime soon, but one can dream. In a situation where death might come knocking at any time, it's these little hope we can cling to. It's these little things we wish will happen again. I'm not an optimistic person by nature, hopeful, maybe, but never optimistic. Though I want to believe there's a way we'll live through this nightmare. It's just funny how it took all of this to spur these kinds of thoughts in me. I can't even remember the last time something like it has occurred to me. For some reason, after seeing one harrowing thing after another, I've simply forgotten.
Why are you suddenly smiling like that?
Huh? Oh, no, I was just thinking about something.
What were you thinking about, Isabella?
Well, it better be something that'll get us out of this mess.
What makes you think I know how to fix this? Until 2 days ago, I didn't even believe a word you guys have been telling me. Zach, I function better when I'm dealing with homicide cases. Hell, feel free to throw in the usual robbery and missing persons case into the mix. I don't care. Give me a few days and I'll give you a lead.
I wonder if it's different in Europe. Because here we have specific detectives for specific things. Like you have homicide detectives, you have murder detectives. You have missing persons detectives. You know, you got specific detectives. I wouldn't assume one detective would take on different types of cases, because those require different types of specialties.
This isn't how I operate. This isn't what I'm good at. For all you know, I might even end up getting us killed. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, the fact that you're frustrated but still trying already means something, Ash. Besides, you don't make that face unless you already have an idea. It can't be any worse than this. Maybe. What's on your mind, Ash?
There really is something about Z-Man. Between Rebecca and him, I tend to share with him things I don't normally say to the other. Unlike her, who pushes sometimes with the same tenacity as her moods, Zach has this strange tendency to ease people into telling him what he wants to know. Oftentimes, the questions feel so subtle it catches me off guard, with less force and more forbearance. So many big words. After all, out of everyone, he's the most grounded. Really, he's like the older brother I never had. The kind you can depend on when things go sour. The kind you tell things to simply because he'll listen, without forcing his own opinion on you.
We still have one more lead we haven't checked.
The mansion? The place where it all started?
I'm gonna look into it tonight.
It doesn't take him long to put two and two together, and his calm expressions abruptly dissolve to worry. The second he realizes what I meant. We've already examined the letter, read through piles of documents. There's really only one we haven't given a once-over. The mansion. Of course, Zach may not be the kind to push, but that doesn't mean he agrees with everything that comes out of my mouth. Just finish out last one. Good game. What are we talking about? Ooh, itchy eye. It's his way of keeping me steady and on my feet through the years.
Hold on, didn't you tell me not to go in there? Whatever happened to stay away from Luke Wright?
You stay away
You're
from
an
me.
unarmed civilian, Zach.
And so?
So, I want you to stay here and keep yourself safe. I probably won't take too long, but I don't know what might happen. I'm not even sure if I'll find something in there.
Well, hopefully you'll find Marianne McCulloch. She's still down there in the wine cellar.
G will keep an eye on you guys. If you need anything, that woman shows up, just holler. He'll help out, no questions asked. You don't even need to explain anything.
He's not willing to concede, not from the manner he grips his knees, or the rigid set to his jaw.
I'm going with you. You can't go in there alone, Ash. I heard something. The morning I was there, I heard someone scream, and then there was a woman crying, and I don't know what's going on inside that mansion, but I am telling you, you shouldn't face whatever's inside alone.
Before I can stop myself, a heavy breath escapes from my mouth. It's one of those times again where Zach means well, but he's completely missing the point I'm trying to make. When things take a turn for this, when he gets in a mood like this, he's almost as headstrong as Isabella. How and where do I even start? I don't know. I don't want to get anyone killed. Because I think in each chapter you have to make the right decision so that they don't die in the end. But I think it's in their own chapter for that specific character that'll get them saved. So I don't think this would get Zach killed. I don't think it would get Ashton killed. I should be nice, right? I'd feel better if I don't have to worry about you. There are only two ways this will end. I agree with him and take him with me, or I agree with him and drop the idea altogether. It's La Llorona who was crying. Neither appeals more than the other, especially when we're all desperate for answers and a way out. If all it'll take is a little more honesty to make him drop this harebrained idea, so be it.
Look, man. Bro. Z-Man.
Bro.
Zach. Zachary, listen. I know you only want to help.
Like hell! This ain't just about helping, Ashton! You're throwing yourself in the thick of it on your own!
Oh, he yelling. He mad. Boy, he mad.
Was your fall last night really that bad? Did you hit your head hard? I honestly can't tell if you've gone stupid or just plain suicidal.
He's worried about you. You ain't gotta do this alone. This is how you die in horror films, by doing things by yourself.
My head's okay, Zach. But it won't stay that way if we don't do anything about this. Someone has to.
Seriously, this is already a desperate move. The longer we dally, the faster we're losing our options. Do we even have one? Looking back at it, this whole business with the ghost seems perfectly set up to drive us into a corner. Either until we lose our minds, or she gets us. It's starting to feel as if there isn't an escape. We've already become her playthings, the second Isabella found that letter. That our lives are in her hands ticks me off big time. But the idea of watching the people I care about die helplessly, more so. Yes, ghost. They're much safer here than with me. As a selfish thought, I know, born out of fear. So, in case things go awry, the last thing I want to happen is for Zach to take the fall with me. I've already made enough mistakes. I mean, fighting a ghost by yourself sounds stupid. Fighting a ghost in general sounds stupid. Is a fucking ghost.
That means it's just you.
Just me.
Suddenly he clams up. Although his actions, the restless shift in his shoulders, his mouth pressed close in a tight line, and how he starts off again in a quiet note. It all gives away his real thoughts, long before 2 words have even made it out of his mouth.
I'm sure you already know about this. Maybe this is you trying to make amends, or whatever. I don't know. You're making your own decisions here. But if something happens to you, it'll be just that. You'll just be another dead body out there. Please, don't do something like this.
Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to get myself killed. I just want things to go back to normal, Zach.
And I want to smash Isabella. Another dead air follows at the heels of that one admission. The meaning of my words, too heavy, too striking, it stuns us to another lull. Throw hands with the ghost. Optimism aside, we're both aware that's impossible. We're gonna have to deal with the trauma, I don't know how I read tantrum, right after. There will be the images, the voices whispering inside our heads, the foreboding feeling, the stench of blood, gore, and death trailing after us. We may survive this, but those things, they will remain in us for a long time. One does not survive something like this without leaving something in you. Just the mere thought of what might come right after makes me dread it. Yeah, he angry. He real angry. What this has changed in all of us. But I suppose that outcome is more acceptable, the lesser of two evils. I'm gonna try wearing my glasses. It might mess up my face animations, but my eyes have been very sensitive to the screens lately, so I gotta put my glasses on. I think it'll kind of read.
3 hours.
3 hours? My head snaps up and turns at him puzzled. He's staring at his hands with a thoughtful expression, brows furrowed in a deep concentration. Like he's trying to choose the right words to convey what he's about to say.
3 hours? For what?
That's more than enough time to go there, to check things, like you said, and travel back here. If you don't show up here beyond that, I'm going after you.
From his tone, it sounds almost like a warning. I'm sure it's not his intention. But hearing something like that from a person like Zach, I can't help but chuckle and throw in a jib, despite how dire things are. Just like the old times.
Make that 4.
What? You said you're just gonna check things.
But there's a woman trapped in the basement!
Why would you even need that long?
Speed limit? I'm a ranked law enforcement officer, Zach. I'm supposed to set an example.
I so wanna punch you right now.
Do it! Of course, Zach never carries it out. And light moments like this is just how he is. How we are. Unfortunately, G chooses the next moment to show up. He slams the flat of his palms on the counter, shooting us both a stern look. Although his tone is nothing short of jovial, the disapproval is clear in it. He obviously is misunderstanding the situation.
Boys, drummer's nice and all. I used to watch these bloody god-awful afternoon serials with one of my brothers many, many years ago. But listen, I am not having one in my pub, all right? You two want to fight? Go out.
We're not fighting. A pregnant pause? Pergananant? Then without any preamble, Zach and I are both snickering, and G's glower melts into confusion. When we both show no signs of stopping, he simply shakes his head and turns away. I'd like to think it's better this way. Better that we part on light terms so Zach won't have to see every little insecurity, every little doubt in me right now. He's seen enough. The last thing I want him to glimpse is another display of weakness. Not when he still stares at me with the same unerring confidence in his eyes. When our mirth dies down, before anything can be said further, before I can change my mind, I step away from them, giving Zach's shoulders a quick few pats, mumbling a lame excuse about taking another short nap under my breath, although burying the stray thought that flashes fleetingly across my head. Zach has seen me at my lowest plenty of times. Why does all of it matter now? I don't know. The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness and drag myself downstairs. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He has always complained about the lack of decent crowd on a weak start, although doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all, even him. Which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before sleep completely fades from my mind.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. And only after he's finishing wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. Feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Was it Rebecca? Another question forms in my head along with a small confused frown. Though before a single syllable slips past my mouth, Rebecca's irritating voice rings out from some part of the main lounge. From the sound of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement.
Alone? You know we can't just go in there. But we don't have any other choice, Becca. There's really no other way. We have to go there. If you'll just... Isabella, no.
That doesn't sound too comforting. Once Rebecca assumes that kind of tone in an argument with Isabella, it usually ends with one of them walking out or both giving the other the silent treatment. It lasts for about a week at most, if it's really bad, which really isn't what we need right now. I've hoped the bad blood from this morning will simply blow over after all of us has gotten a decent rest. I should have expected things won't be the same with them as it is with Zach and I. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it, In spite of his effort to look as unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over where Rebecca and Isabella's voices are coming from. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Neither do I. Neither have worked out well between them before without Zachary meddling. But the imploring gaze Jeez directs at me, leaving me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing.
Oh, but you let Marianne sing and she sings on key.
Go fix it before it blows up in your faces. I'd hate to throw two girls out of this place over a petty argument.
It's probably not as petty if Rebecca's already shouting like that, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even with the lack of sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always has to stay moving. Doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. Same. I leave him to it shortly after. Rebecca's voice rings out once again, followed by Isabella's. But part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he's taken for people he barely even know. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm both of them will regret. And I know both of them will. For all of Isabella's complaints about Rebecca's bossy attitude, or how annoying Rebecca sometimes finds the other's childlike demeanor, it's friendship they both cherish in their own way. Rebecca's already on her feet when I spot them in an almost deserted area of the pub. I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that people are staying away only because of the brewing storm. Rebecca can have quite the mood when she's crossed. Can't speak for Isabella, I rarely ever see her seething, but from what I've heard, it can be very unpleasant. She's always glaring up at the red head from her seat, regardless of how much the other woman towers over her right now. Already says everything. Empty plates have been left neatly piled on the corner of the table they occupy. A conversation that turns sour sometimes after a late lunch then. Good thing they're already done and nothing left to be spilled. Because in the next moment, before I can approach and intervene, Rebecca slams her palm on the table. It sends the silverware clinking sharply against the surface. Isabella flinches momentarily, we both do, though she shows no indication of surrendering in the face of Rebecca's temper. Everything escalates from there.
You've already gotten us in enough trouble because of this let a ghost everything.
Stop blaming her!
You're blaming me again! And you can't expect everyone to fix your mess!
She's not asking you to!
You keep on putting the blame on me, but you're the one who didn't listen! All of you! If you just listened in the first place, maybe this wouldn't have happened! But you're too busy acting like you know what's best for everyone, when in fact you're the one who's being selfish!
100%.
I'm the one who's selfish!
Yes!
Yet you're still going to do what you want anyway, even if the people around you are already beside themselves with worry. This is how you've always acted since we met, and I'm tired of it. Sometimes I wish you never even came here, because all you've given us is a headache.
You don't mean that.
You know why I haven't come here. My dad. Your dad has nothing to do with this.
Do you know that he's dead?
It has always been you and your whiny, careless self that has always been the problem.
Ooh, you're lucky you're not real. I would beat the shit out of you right now. Oh. Maybe I should have stepped in earlier. You think? Maybe I should have said something the moment Rebecca slammed the flat of her hand on the table. Or the second I've entered the area. You fucking think? Well said, Isabella. Drama. Oh, God. I really don't like Rebecca. Like, she has her moments, but she's terrible. Either way, it's too late to act. Harsh words have already been hurled between the two. I mean, you could still stop them. Harsher words could still happen. Words more cutting than any blade. Each and every one of it digging a wound too deep in person they've been aimed at. You should... If I were Ash, I'd go over and slip and be like, hey, her dad died yesterday, bitch. And then she'll feel so terrible. Like, super terrible. And I'll be like, you awful person. For a long time, Isabella sits here in silence while Rebecca stands unmoving, arms crossed and breathing heavy. Despite the lack of words between them, they're both vibrating with anger, refusing to meet the other's eyes. Ever so slowly, the atmosphere in the room turns thick and smothering. A strained air no one in the immediate vicinity, including me, dares to break until the ones at the center does so. Rebecca definitely won't, at some point in our friendship. She has grown to become a woman firm in her opinions. She's never going to back down from this, not when she knows she has a point. Not a good point. Isabella, on the other hand, there has always been a certain stubbornness in her. As frustrating as it is to see sometimes, it's what has gotten her through life's hardships. Perhaps even the only thing that has. When you have nothing else, people tend to cling onto whatever they have within themselves instead. But she also knows when to withdraw. When a struggle turns useless, a kind of awareness almost second nature to her. When enough is enough, Isabella abruptly stands and marches towards the exit in fast, rigid steps away from the hurt and the painful words they've let fly earlier. She bumps into me in her haste, the impact nearly knocking her off her feet. Instincts kick in at the last moment and I reach out for her, grabbing her arm in a steady grip. Surprise flits across her face, an expression mirrored by Rebecca behind her. Neither of them have noticed me. However, that doesn't mean I won't have things to say about this. Ooh, if you think I would take Rebecca's side ever, fuck you. If I could, I should have a pre-animation of my avatar giving the finger. I'm going to have that ready. just in case of another situation. I'll just be like, fingers. And I can do that. Alright, let's save. Alright, we're taking Isabella's side because fuck you, Rebecca.
Okay.
Rather than answer, once her shock subsides, she merely averts her gaze and hastily wipes the tears off her cheeks, like she is only noticing them that moment. Isabella is in the right here? Yeah, because, like, I get you're in a frustrating situation, and it's hard to put blame on yourself, but, like, Rebecca, come on. You're terrible. Like, she told you not to look. She told you not to do it, and y'all looked at the letter, and then you laughed at her, and look at what happened at you. That's your own damn fault. Then, without another word, or even meeting my eyes again, she gently brushes away my hand and runs off, leaving an awkward hush in her wake. Rebecca soon slumps in the chair. Isabella has just left, gingerly reaching up to press the bridge of her nose, and breathing out a ragged exhale. Arguments like this have always drained both her patience and energy, usually more than her rowdy students do, despite being no stranger to it. No excuse for her to say those things, though, and my disapproval must be clear enough on my face. When she finally glances back at me, her exhaustion immediately shifts back to annoyance, her mouth curving down in a tight frown. Oh, you gonna have some words for me? I cross my arm in response, waiting, a reaction verging on instinctive in the face of her irritation. Regardless of my opinions about this, I don't say anything yet, not until she's the one willing to talk. Another minute passes while we stare each other down, but eventually she breathes out again and relaxes her rigid posture. We're not gonna go after Isabella?
What do you want, Ash?
To slap you?
If you have something to say, just tell me, or I'm going back upstairs.
The game won't let me slap you.
Did you really have to say it like that?
Well, how do you want me to answer her? Do you want me to just let her go there and do what she wants? I know you won't be too happy if I did that.
That's a low blow, Rebecca. Even for you. We all know she wasn't even planning on staying here this long. There was no need to bring it up if all you wanted to do was stop her.
Did you even see how she's acting? She's not a child anymore. Even my students can do better.
I am in fight mode.
Becca, she'll listen if you'll just ask her properly. I know you mean well and you do have a point. But please be a little more thoughtful next time.
Because you're just belittling her and bringing up the fact that she failed to help her father. And that was the only reason she moved here.
Go think about it for a while.
By some miracle, the whole discussion ends right there. Rebecca elects to stay silent, or at least, it's how it seems when a minute or two passes, and she says nothing. A rare occurrence when she almost always has something on her mind. Only an uneasy atmosphere hangs in the air when I finally decide to remove myself from the room. She doesn't stop me. Good! I would have took off my earrings. Took you down. Instead of something inexplicable flickers momentarily in her eyes. One that quickly disappears, only in a vague notion that remains in a memory. But in that one exchange, I've caught a short, clear glimpse of what has shifted, of what's inevitable. So much has changed throughout the years, we will never be the same person we once were. And if it's for the better, we've yet to know. I hope I'm not getting anyone killed. That's why I saved right there, just in case. Because I think the relationships matter, too. Because, like, every character has relationships. And I think if some are too high or too low, it can get a character killed. A lull has descended in the main lounge once I return. Yeah. And if someone dies, hopefully it's Rebecca. Or Luke. Either one. They are made for each other. Just awful people. G's nowhere to be seen. People continue to trickle out instead of in. And by the time I get back, only 2 tables remain occupied. Soon these people too will be gone. And the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place to an entirely different vibe. Along with the soothing strum of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. And perhaps it's for the reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room. Okay, I thought she left the bar. And I'm like, are we not going after her? But no, she just went to a different part of the bar. And one of the tables set right beside the windows. G usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy streets outside. The late afternoon light spills right through it, outlining her small form and pulling on the surface of the table while both her arms rest. In her hand, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. Well, now you're showing everyone. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it. Yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's so still. Too quiet. A complete opposite of her usual self. But it's these that often leave a mark. No, I am cursed now. Yeah, we're all cursed. There's like a weird... I think it was a movie on Netflix. I forget what it's called, but it's like... I think it's like a... I can't remember if it was Taiwanese or Chinese. And it was basically about spreading a curse. And they do like a weird chant, like ah wee woo ah wee shoo something. It was weird. Not her cheery disposition or her lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence when the softness sighs and the slightest movement sing louder. The smallest, minuscule things that tell you about the person and her strength more than the words can express. If these that carve a vivid memory, no matter how brief it lasts. She glares at me, annoyed, and just like that, all of it melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we were used to. What's easy, what's familiar, where every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
But she's far from angry. A bit upset, maybe? Who wouldn't be? While I do agree with Rebecca, her words still hit below the belt. Regardless, Isabella doesn't seem like she'll start shouting at me, at least compared to every other people I've aggravated, intentional or otherwise. Some light talk might just do the trick to coax her out of this mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to OG a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She levels a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive, enough to drain every color out of the room. It's as if I've told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there'll be more of it. Really now. She'll need to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
And I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yet it sounds half-hearted at best. Like what's happening has already sapped up every energy in her, and all that's left are the words. Pretty soon those two will lose their meaning and leave a hollow shell in their wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with her short, feeble responses and banter that never goes anywhere. But it's enough. It's the grand scheme of things amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us. It's these little, inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter, when it finally rings, easy and free of her burdens.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really, listen. I know someone who talks like an owl.
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then she frowns and realizes I get the joke. And then she frowns as realization slowly dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face before eventually settling on a grimace. I know, it's so heart-touching.
Oh.
Haha! It's you! Suddenly she hugs her arms close to herself and looks away, perhaps in her best attempt to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you. Just leave.
It's contagious, her mirth. Soon I'm joining her in it, briefly forgetting every problem that has piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care until only a familiar warmth lingers. Once both our amusement ebbs away. Somehow, with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
I am.
A little. You're still lame.
I feel less combative and less like slapping Rebecca.
But you're laughing right now.
I still want to slap Rebecca.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If glares can kill. With the one she sends my way, I'll probably be dead by now. Seeing it directed my way, it takes only a few quick seconds for me to realize how she might have also taken my statement. How wrong and rude it might have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it is. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Ah, crap. damn it, that was so not what I meant. I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
It's fun. It's always funny when they, like, write something with no spaces. Her glare doesn't even wane. In fact, I think it intensified, like a brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stare and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside looks very interesting today. Maybe I should.
Thanks, Ash.
She utters all of it in a voice too small, too quiet. But when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, nor the last strains of music fading into silence above us. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze, as she holds mine that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way she looks at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and an expression softening into a tender smile. I didn't understand it then. How easy it is for her to wear her heart on her sleeve. How she never shies away from expressing herself, even among people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now it's among the hundreds, the thousands that hang unspoken between us. Trivial things with no worth, still too big to put into words. Either because it's too early, or because there's never really a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Until the moment itself dwindles. Until reality pulls us back in, reminding us of the things we have set aside in its favor. Alright, thank you for stopping by like always.
Isabella, about what happened with Rebecca earlier.
She didn't have to say that.
I agree with you. I clicked the button to agree with you. A small frown returns to her face, although it lacks the same anger from before. The bitterness stays.
And you don't have to apologize for her. If she wants to say sorry, she has to do it herself.
She has a point, though. Isabella freezes in an instant. The pleasant air around us dissipates. She shifts her attention back to her hands again, both clenched so tightly that her knuckles visibly pale.
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need. I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have, after all. But Rebecca also has a point I will always agree with. No matter how desperate I am, it's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find in there? If she comes with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. So all of you go. Watch all of your backs. You'll be able to see 360. Hence, alone. Exactly as I have told Zack. If there's a need to go back to that accursed place, I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this plan is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. If not, they die together. I mean, they're gonna die regardless. So, like, I don't see the need to go alone. Your safety is always in numbers. Because if you get trapped by Ghosty Lady, there's someone else there to help you. And, like, if you die, then someone else is gonna go after you. And then someone else is gonna go after them. And then someone else is gonna go after them. And then you're all dead. So it's like, just go together. So I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes. Anything to keep her safe. Ooh, I don't know which one to pick. It's dangerous. I can't let you do that. Well, I don't think she would want us to be like, you can't do a thing. And it's dangerous sounds like more we're concerned, not so much being controlling. I wasn't expecting so many choices right now. La 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 la. I wasn't expecting all these choices right now. I know. I assume it's dangerous? I want to say, right? This bar scene is taking forever. Can we get to the mansion already? Or plays Luke? How long is your chapter? I'm gonna go with it's dangerous.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
Oh, that sounded mean. Can I take it back?
But Ash, what about...
Hold on. Oh, she didn't like that. I'm going back. I don't like that.
I can't let you do that, Belle.
I didn't think he would be like... I didn't think he would say it angrily. I assumed the opposite.
Ash, the people living in that place now, they were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are.
I know, but it's risky. It's dangerous. We don't know what you might find in there. Or
Regret that really fast. Yes, I did. I didn't think he'd be angry. I thought he would be more like, you know, it's dangerous. We shouldn't do this. But he's like, it's dangerous.
What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do?
Hit her with a book. That's what Rebecca did.
For all we know, it might be a dead end. It's not worth it to put yourself in harm's way like that.
She offers no response. Not even a form of resistance. No further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin, till the air in the whole room grows heavy. In front of her, her hands stay curled up, like she's holding on to everything she wishes to say but can't. I like to think that, yes, to some extent she understands. Even if she does not entirely agree with me, the dilemma's clear in here. Otherwise, her scowl wouldn't have a deeper set to it. Her lips wouldn't be pressed in a thin line, or her hands would no longer be balled into fists. She would have pushed that argument. She doesn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Instead, she simply offers a nod. An acquiesce. I know acquiesce. Hit with the knowledge. And in a moment of boldness, perhaps insolence, I reach out for her, taking her clenched fist in mine and drawing them closer to me. She tucks in a breath, soft and sharp, but doesn't say anything, merely watching as both of my hands cradle hers. Cautious, mindful, as if it's the most precious thing I've held. Then again, maybe it is. Along with everything I've yet to convey.
Stop that.
Surprisingly, although the gesture has startled her, she yields, allows a touch that is far too familiar and more than what I'm willing to give most.
You're going to hurt yourself if you keep doing that.
Gently unfurl her fingers, flattening out each digit against my palm. Her nails have already created small dents on her skin from how tightly she has held it close. A little more and she would have drawn blood. Deep as it is, smoothing a thumb over the tiny mark does nothing. But it's a small gesture we both find comfort in amidst this chaos, and all at once, the tension lifts. They're holding hands! Oh my god. Team Ashton, Team Isabella. Fuck Rebecca. Her expression softens, the lines of her shoulders ease, and it is only after her lips curve up in a faint smile that I let go. Giving her hand one last squeeze before returning it to her. Part of me wants to tell her, admit that it's exactly what I'm planning tonight. What good will it do, though? I've already told Zach, one person is enough. Simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. Ooh woo. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm headed off to, in case. In case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. My own words. Risky. It's best that I simply leave it as it is for now. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry my entire scheme entails. I stand up as soon as footsteps shuffle from the next room, its cadence slow and hesitant. Shortly, Rebecca comes into view, clutching her hands firmly in front of her and sporting the same uncertainty in her face. You better apologize to that girl. Rebecca, if you ain't here to apologize, I'm gonna slap you across your face. She casts me a cursory look, then shifts a nervous one to Isabella, who studies her with an almost hopeful gleam in her eyes. Their fights never did last long.
Belle, can we talk alone?
Why? Her interruption could not have come sooner, and I'm all the more glad for it. Whatever kind of friendship I share with the two, this remains something for only the two of them. Much like my own with Zach. I'm the outsider. They don't need me here. That's all the reason I need. Muttering an excuse and flashing Isabella a quick knowing smile, I beat a hasty exit out the main lounge and leave them to mend things on their own. Before Isabella can say what she's been mulling over. Before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself on my memory. One that spurs the conscience. Among the other things. That was a weird sentence. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself. Galway Shaw's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight, with the lively music and chatter slipping out mostly unseen becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough, I find myself standing outside under the chilly Luxborn night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour, maybe even stronger than the one we had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material close to my body while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I pay no mind as I hurry toward my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings on my way out. If this is all connected, I need the damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds, I'm quite sure it won't be missed. But I can't waste time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all... Oh, so they're gonna wait 4 hours? I thought they were gonna do 3. 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3 if I'm inclined to go by Zach's rules. But when have I ever? Regardless of how generous that is, each second just as important as the next. So I hurry, one footstep over the other, echoing as I make a beeline for my car. But as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does. In the form of a long figure waiting for me next to my car. Rebecca turns just as I near the corner of her mouth, twitching up in a wry smile. She offers no greeting except for a slight tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless. Merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up to the starless sky when I come up to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, weary, thick with something close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away while she hugs her arms close to herself to keep warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air is already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but the dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That or she's here for some other reason. For you, buddy! But before I can voice a single word, express disapproval of any kind, she raises a halting hand at me, sharply cutting off the rest of my questions.
I'm not here to stop you. Wherever it is you're planning to go off tonight, I won't be able to anyway. You look like you've already made up your mind.
Go back inside. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I will, in a moment. I just want to stay out here a bit for some air, away from the noise inside. Everything's been so chaotic these days. This little break is nice, even if it means standing in the middle of a parking lot, of all places.
Standing in the middle of a parking lot's dangerous.
Getting out of this mess would definitely be better, but hey, you take what you can get, right?
It'll be over soon.
The confidence in my own words surpasses even me. How do I know? Why am I so sure? When in truth, what I'm about to do is a last-ditch effort. If this fails, if I don't find anything, we're back to square one. Exactly. Go together. Maybe not with Rebecca. Maybe with Rebecca. Use her as a meat shield. Take Rebecca with you. I like this idea. It's the last lead I have. After this, we have nothing else to go off of from. Regardless, it seems to amuse her, and her laughter soon sounds above the murmur of the distant traffic and the light draft suites around us.
How I wish. I'll be content as long as she stops showing up in my mind whenever I close my eyes.
I think that may take some time. The brain doesn't easily forget trauma.
I can try. But, you know, it also did a lot to us.
Tell me about it. The back of my head's still smarting from my fall last night.
Not that kind. I'm talking about us. As people.
There is no us, Rebecca. There never will be an us. I don't like you.
I hate to admit it, but this whole deal with the ghost, with the curse, it also brought out an ugly side to us. To all of us.
To you? Zach's been an angel the whole time.
And it made me realize plenty of things.
That you're a terrible person?
About myself. About us.
Pass on her. Rebecca trails off. Suddenly, a pensive expression spreads across her face. I've seen it countless times before. And every time I see it on her, it usually followed by a memory, a silly story, or even something embarrassing I've said from childhood. Unlike me, who will much rather forget, she remembers each of them so easily. And after a short bout of silence, when she smiles, I know this one is one of those times again.
Do you remember that one time, back in secondary?
Which one? We did a lot of dumb things back then. Well, I did, but you get the point.
Mandy.
I thought you still don't like her. Don't tell me you've kept in contact with her. Are you guys friends now or something?
Who's Mandy?
Oh no. We do see each other sometimes. On the way to work or when I go out for lunch, but it's nothing like that.
Mandy Moore?
We're not friends. Not in this lifetime. I don't think so. I don't think we'll ever get along, but if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even be friends, yeah? You stood up for me that day. And from then on, things have changed.
You hung on to it too hard. You could have had many boyfriends, Rebecca. Maybe not, because you're kind of unpleasant to be around, but maybe you could have tricked someone into being your boyfriend. She makes it sound like I'm some sort of hero. Mandy was in the wrong. Of course, I'll defend her. If no one's going to stand up for her, who else will? Chances are, it would have escalated, and who knows? Maybe she would have stopped going to school or transferred. Any decent human being with an ounce of sense should know better. I acted because I know what I'm doing is right. It's as simple as that. Yet she smiles as if it's worth more than that. A fondness that goes beyond nostalgia.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, this time, I don't want this to go unsaid. You know, just in case something happens. Ash.
Are you gonna confess to me?
I've with you.
No. She says it so plainly, holding my gaze, and in a voice too frank that her admission stuns me into silence. Like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. Oh, you poor, desperate girl! No words will form, not even a single coherent thought, as the meaning of her words bear down on me. Nevertheless, she continues, desperate to express everything she has kept to herself all these years. This is what the fondness is. Why, for her, it weighs heavier than any feeling of nostalgia can carry.
Since that time in secondary?
That's a long time to like somebody. You should have gave up. At some point. There are other options. Like, billions. Wish they gave you the choice to say no. Just be like, mm-mm. Just hold up your hand and just be like, mm-mm. Sorry, girl. I only got eyes for Isabella. Asians with Asians, man.
Since I made that promise to never leave.
You crying? Bitch, you crying? I ain't feel nothing for you.
I've always truly loved you.
No, you love the idea of him. You don't love him. You love the idea. Afterwards, there was relief, a weight suddenly being lifted from her shoulders after so long. She closes her eyes and lets out a breath. When she looks back to me, though, there's nothing but hope in them. Eyes that are searching for an answer. Facing the sincerity behind her words, I find myself grasping, scrambling for the words. Because as much as this pains me to admit, I can't give her the same affection she's asking from me. We might have spent so many years alongside each other. Hell, we practically grew up together. But that never automatically means I'll ever hold her feelings that goes beyond the boundaries of friendship. Honey, don't you know that the childhood friend never wins? The childhood friend never gets the girl. It's always the random bitch that shows up suddenly in his life. Heart of stone. I do appreciate her presence in my life. I'm more than glad that she has stuck with me even through the toughest moments. Even when she finds me difficult or aggravating. However, it's really all there is to it. She's a close, important friend to me, but nothing more.
Rebecca,
I draw in a breath, ragged, unsure, uncertain how and which words to put together so it will hurt her less, so the wounds they might leave won't be as deep or a scar. Though before I can even string two phrases together, she lifts a hand to my mouth and silences me. A smile on her face, kinder than every single one I've seen from her so far. It's nice to see it on her. Suits her more than the glares or the frowns. But at the same time, it only serves to baffle me.
You don't have to answer me.
Why does that audio sound different?
yeah, but you should... I should...
No, I mean, you don't need to.
Okay, now I'm really confused. One moment you're saying you've been in love with me since secondary, now you're telling me to shut up?
If you want to interpret it like that, all right.
No, really. Some explanation would be nice, Becca. Because a lot of things are going on right now, and I'm afraid I can't catch up. Especially with this curveball you just threw.
It means what it means, Ashton. You don't need to answer me. I don't really need to hear it anymore. It's not that I don't want to. Believe me, if I were the same person I was before this whole thing happened to us, I'd be elated, excited even. But like I said, I also realized some things. Understood myself more.
So are you not in love with him anymore, or do you just love him less?
Ash, I did love you. Ever since we were kids, all those times you defended me from bullies. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Even after this. But at the end of the day, once you take a closer look at everything, it also turned me into a really selfish person.
Only love Hina let the childhood friend. But she was a bitch. I mean, both options technically were the childhood friend. Technically. And, speaking of Love Hina, there will be a review next week. I just need to finish the intro and the thumbnail. And yes, you are a selfish person. You were so mean to Isabella because you had a hard-on for Ash.
When you think about it, maybe the Ashton I loved isn't the one standing in front of me right now.
Exactly. You love the idea of him, but you don't actually love Ashton.
Maybe all this time, I'm still clinging on to that aloof kid I met 17 years ago. I didn't even consider that you have a mind of your own. That one day, it won't just be the two of us. That you'll find someone else and it won't be me.
Because you're unpleasant.
I'm sorry, Becca.
I'm not even sure what I'm apologizing for. And I can't return her feelings? Or because I'm somehow holding myself responsible for this? Even if up until now I have no idea how she felt. Regardless, she continues to smile through all of it.
It's not your fault. Don't say that. I'm the one who should apologize. Since I suddenly sprung this up on you when you have other things to do, I just thought I should let you know. So I can finally let this whole thing go. One question, though. Are you going to tell her?
Tell what to who?
I pause, frowning, a brief moment of doubt while I try to figure out what she's talking about all of a sudden. When it finally sinks in, though my bewilderment hastily gives way to utter embarrassment.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Heat abruptly crawls up my face no matter my efforts to keep it down. In the end, I can only look away from her, afraid of what else she'll see in it.
Did you really think no one would notice?
Was it that obvious?
It was surprisingly easy to tell. But that was probably because I've known you longer than anyone.
Fuck, who else knows?
I think Zach suspects.
Shit.
You're embarrassingly lame when you're trying too hard. It's almost painful to watch. Don't worry. With your terrible way of flirting, and knowing her, I'm quite sure Belle has no idea, even now. Not even a clue.
Harsh, Rebecca. Really harsh. I could use a vote of confidence, you know.
He's about to go risk his life for everyone. She laughs loud, the kind that's free of any burden, ringing above the wind, slowly picking up as the storm clouds approach. With it, however, the awkward atmosphere lifts at last. There is only the camaraderie, I can read, we've shared since meeting in that classroom 17 years ago.
I'm serious, though. Tell her. And if you ever make her cry, I'll hit you with every damn history book I have on my shelf. Clear?
Noted, ma'am.
Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. I won't keep you long. I know you have things
There's
to
still a
do.
ghost. Alright, Rebecca, you've redeemed yourself 1 point. Still don't like you.
Just promise me you'll be careful, alright?
I'll still slap you later. She doesn't wait for an answer, instead she gives me a push with a force only heavy enough to throw me off balance. Caught unawares by the gesture for a few moments, I fight for purpose against my car's trunk, bracing my hand on its smooth surface. When I look up, with a string of reprimands ready from the tip of my tongue, Rebecca's already halfway through the parking lot. There's a small skip in her step, while the breeze carries the light tune she's whistling. On a whim, I let its notes be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. Sounds like a new beginning, more than anything. Another reason to be optimistic. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxembourg and heading straight for Anselm Village. In the the elevator music? In the distance, flashes of lightning lighten up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. How long is your chapter, dude? Thunder threatens with a rumble seconds later, echoing long across the sky. And with one last roar, the skies open up in earnest. November 1st, Tuesday. Was it like midnight? Long. The rain fall in fast, steady sheets, creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in this city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I've reached the mansion before the downpour has turned torrential. The long slog from Ansem village by foot has already been made difficult by the light, drizzling and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. By the time I found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair is also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, those are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, scumbag Wright has suddenly grown a brain and tightened security around the mansion. A guard is now stationed at every point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one's spotted me since I entered the property, although that probably because I kept close to the forest. While I can always create a clever way in for myself under this deluge, it'll be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I've stepped in the property and the mansion came into view, every light is off. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house itself feels empty. Eerie? Too quiet. Yes, break in. From the ceiling. Mission Impossible style. Normally I'll pass it off as some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not a far-off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Yes. Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in, desperately so, moving without thinking will not only endanger me. With so many unknown variables and what we're dealing with, it's also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. Like Miss McCulloch, she's in the dungeon! I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. I mean, wouldn't be the worst. If there's a place he deserves to be, it's in prison, not a morgue. I hear crying! So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out above a loud pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? I mean, there could be a man who cries like a bitch. Or worse, Hannah Wright, a witch. It's coming from the forest? Just right up ahead, in fact. Not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, weary glance before following the noise. Just, carefully keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I near. Oh no, it's gonna be a quick time event. Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Run! Quicksy. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing. Abruptly, it all stops. I am met with a sudden hush. Don't trust it! Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness, even with my labored breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks and... No! Dread surges within me while I spin around to take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. If you had someone with you, they could have watched your back or helped you, but no, you had to come alone. But before I can even meet her eyes, the world expectantly pitches sideways, tilting and tilting till the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. By then, it's too late. My foot slips further, and the rest of my body follows. But no more Mr. Lone Wolf. Is that it? Dark spots blur the edge of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing note of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, lacing venom inside the crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's because you didn't listen. And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why wouldn't you believe me? A reminder of what I've failed to do and who I've failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off ever so slowly. A chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washes away every sensation in me, apart from one. There is only fear. Once again her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Okay, so he's not dead. I didn't kill him, yet. Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open. The soft patter dripping water somewhere, spurring my consciousness further. For a few short moments, I remain still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust to the lack of light, and my breathing to even out first before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. So this chapter has to be closing soon, right? He's gonna be trapped like Myth McCulloch. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stabbing sharp pain right up my arms, and my back giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Probably from when I skidded down prior to landing myself here. A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though. No less painful. Oh wait, did he fall into the cellar? I'm confused. Did she take him here, or did he fall into the cellar? I am confusion. And by the time I am back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows from where I fall. Okay, he fell in. Coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel and brings in the fresh, earthy smell of rain from the topside. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty scent of the place. A mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul. Like death. More worrisome than that putrid, festering smell. However, there are the cells that line both sides of the tunnel. Under a dim light, I can barely make out what's inside some of them, but I already have a few ideas, of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the extension of this place isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Probably not, unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'll probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity, and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. If only he brought someone, right? This, though? If this is just the tip of the iceberg, I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear's inconsequential. And unpleasant as the sight of this is, this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Miss McCullough, are you still alive? Turns out that alone is too much to ask for this early. No 20 paces into it, another sound abruptly rises from my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel, before fading away just as swiftly as it rang. I pause nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. Remember, gang, we gotta do the usual horror tropes even Scooby-Doo did in splitting up and being alone, so entertaining scary stuff can happen to us. Alright, let's split up. I'm gonna go with Daphne, and you guys figure the rest out. For a long minute I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole passage.
Who's there?
Perhaps it's because of what happened earlier and how I've ended up here, or maybe it's because of my training. But in spite of the panic and fear in that voice, I don't immediately answer. Instead, I pull my gun free from its holster and wordlessly draw closer to where the voice rings out once again. Afraid. Frantic. Weak?
I'm asking you a question. Who's there?
It's only after I realize the safety do I answer, while continuing my approach in a careful, steady pace.
I think I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Show yourself.
I can't. I'm stuck in here.
He had a gun. Yes, he did. He always has a gun. Well, a ghost will definitely not be saying that, or have a conversation like this, or be stuck anywhere. As if to prove her point, she extends a hand from one of the cells ahead and waves, then she pulls back, grips the iron bars, and rattles it gently.
I can't get out. Can you help?
In 5 quick steps, I'm standing in front of the cell, and I'm sure enough a woman's inside. I don't see a woman, I see a skull. Slumped on the floor, holding the bars with shaking hands, clinging to it as if it's the only thing keeping her upright. Not just any woman.
You? McLaughlin?
McLaughlin? The same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk, babbling her frustrations about her employers.
Holmes?
No, not McLaughlin. McCullough. Marianne McCullough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with how exhausted and feeble she looks trapped in a jail cell of all things. Her breathing's shallow and there's a paleness into her complexion. Sunken eyes, cracked lips, dry skin, all signs pointing to starvation and dehydration.
What? How long have you been stuck in here?
3 days? 4? I don't know. I have no idea anymore. I just fell in and that woman, whatever. Can you get me out of here? Please.
In a moment. But here, go feed yourself first before you fall over.
You just had candy? I fish out an energy bar from my pocket and hand it over to her. She's lucky I always have one on my person. Ghost. Hopefully you're not allergic to anything. They say, like, even if you've been starving, that you shouldn't, like, eat a solid meal right away. That you should eat, like, gruel or something easy for your stomach, because then your body can go into shock. I don't think 3 days is enough to put you in that state. But they say, like, something like oatmeal? Just something liquidy. Yeah, you have to ease into eating again. For sudden emergencies or extended stakeouts, a little sugar to keep me going. Like any starving person, she wastes no time making a grab for it, unwrapping it straight away and taking the whole mouthfuls of it. Relief washes over her face on the first bite alone, although she's going to need more if what she's said is true. But for the moment, it's enough to keep her alive. Good thing she seems to have the sense to prioritize survival over comfort, if the puddle in the corner of the cell indicates anything. Without water, the human body can only survive 3 days. No food, and I'll give it an average of 3 weeks, though even then, it won't be a pretty experience. I think the maximum someone can go without water is like 4 days. And like, with water, you can survive maybe a month. At most, I think was like the record. Without food. Granted, some have survived longer than that. She's still fortunate I found her when I did. Now to get her out. Bobby pins won't be of use here. Not like I need it. Unlike the ones we've had at the precinct, a simple barrel hinge holds the gates to the cells together. Yeah, I think so too. Even without any special tools, I'll be able to lift the door and free her. However, with how heavy it seems, I'll need a lever of some sort to help.
What are you looking for?
She's stuffing her face.
Some wood, a 2x4, I guess, a plank or a pipe, anything I can use as a lever. Wait here.
The hallway yields nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. While I may find something in one of the open cells, I'm reluctant to check or even step in. We can't have another person trapped in here, however McCulloch ended up inside.
Well, there's no...
My head snaps back to her. McCulloch extricates a wooden board from under the mess of hay and twine near her. Without prompting, she slips it through what little space there is between the bars. It's short, but appears thick and sturdy enough for my intended purposes upon closer inspection.
Good enough.
I hope. I get to work at once, anchoring the other end of the plank at the base of the door and applying ample force on the other end. It takes a bit of effort, no kidding about the heavy part. Still, a grunt, a gasp, a creak, and in a matter of minutes, with a little help from her on the other side, the door eventually lifts off its hinges. It falls on the ground with a loud, ugly, metallic thud, but the sound of it puts elation on McCulloch's face. She doesn't even ask for help. As soon as she can, she hastily crawls out the prison she accidentally found herself in. Clap. Clap. More than happy to get out of it, despite lacking the strength to stand firmly on her feet.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We saved McCulloch!
After the second day, I was so sure I was going to die in there. If you didn't show up...
You can thank me later. With your mouth.
I don't even want to think about it.
How did you even end up here?
For a second, she appears hesitant, looking away and fumbling awkwardly with her fingers.
I was looking for something. Someone.
A contemplative expression flickers in her eyes, something that's close to wistful, like a person remembers a memory she's fond of. It doesn't last too long, but it still leaves me the impression that I've suddenly walked into something private. Something deeply personal for her, I'd rather not ask. Hello, welcome. Ghost, perhaps? She was looking for her ghost friend. She has a ghost buddy.
This whole tunnel, at the end of it, it leads right inside the mansion?
The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen, then.
There's a door of some sorts. I don't know. I think I pulled or pressed something somewhere. I was in a hurry. And I'm not sure if it'll open from this side. Hell, this place wasn't even in the floor plans!
What do you mean?
Does that really matter now? We have to get out of here! People died in this place! Kids! Oh God! Kids! I could have shown you, but that thing won't turn back on anymore.
It's like it only waited for me to see it before shutting down or something. How long has that thing even been in there? But those poor kids. All because of that thing.
I don't particularly care about kids.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about right now?
The bloody letter! Ever since I've read that thing, since that day at the open house, she won't leave me. But it should be fine now, right? I broke it. I broke all of it. She shouldn't be able to do anything now.
She's going insane.
Mikala, one at a time.
It's all that fucking paper's fault! Oh God! Oh God! Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless those poor souls. We're not safe here. We need to leave. If we stay here any longer...
Mikalo!
Abruptly, she stops, looks back at me with wild, panic-stricken eyes. I've seen enough of it so many times these past few days, or my own friends even. She is crazy. To know she's seen things, the kind that'll easily make any person go mad. And perhaps we slowly are. The longer this takes, the faster our descent into it becomes. I can't even tell which one's worse, death or this. Seems like no matter what we end up with, there'll be something horrible waiting for us. I need to hurry.
Listen, I need to get inside this place, and you're more familiar with its layout. If you can help me...
What? No! Why would I go back? Are you sure you haven't gotten raving mad yet?
You've gone raving mad.
An exit's right here.
And this business with the letter has to end at some point. Look, I know you're not very fond of Luke Wright.
Damn right I'm not. He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
It strikes a chord. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me. Only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterward, be done with this whole damn mansion and letter. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. It'll provide ample cover for her, and she'll be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. But the ghost lady could be in the forest. She could be right there waiting for you. All the same, she'll steel herself and square her shoulders. Rambling lesbian detective acquired.
Just until the kitchens.
That's more than enough.
She nods, albeit weakly. I mean, you can get yourself some food in the kitchen. You probably need it. Then, without another word, she gestures for me to follow, leading me further into the passage. Get her some food. Occasionally, she'll stop, find purchase on the wall to catch her breath. But throughout the short walk, she asks for neither a break nor assistance. I suppose that's something we have in common. Eventually, we get to the dead end. Although before I can question her on it, she begins palming for something on the wall, tracing her fingers along weathered edges of the bricks with a frown on her face.
It should be somewhere here, I think.
What the hell are you doing?
She merely holds up a hand, begging for my silence, and continues searching. Then, without warning, a few minutes later, something clicks. A portion of the wall shifts ajar to reveal a glimpse of another room. Bottles lining the walls, liquor barrels for aging. A wine cellar indeed.
The ladder to the kitchen is on the far end of this room.
Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare, but after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I can't even bring myself to question the existence of this door anymore. I simply follow her to the undercroft without a single question, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases, intense cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now I simply want this to be over. Get her some food! We'll leave the door open in case there's a need for a quick exit, especially after the mention it's only by chance she has been able to open the door last time. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! We can't waste time finding the switch again on the occasion something goes horribly wrong. There's bound to be, with me feeling this high-strung and tense. I'm not even sure why I thought it'll be a good idea to enlist McCulloch's help. Although she has been quite helpful so far, I can't shake off the horrible feeling something's going to happen to her if she stays with me. Even if I'm her safest bet, if she wants to get out of this place alive.
You really believe that, don't you?
Oh no.
Did you say something?
McAuliffe pauses mid-step, turning me confused.
I didn't.
Oh no, the ghost is here!
You sure? I just heard.
Don't you think I'll be the first person who will know? Look, the ladder leading to the kitchen's up ahead. You might want to hurry. I just want to be done with this place.
But there's food in the kitchen.
See? You dragged another one.
This time I'm sure. Yes, shoot the ghost! What if we shoot her by accident? Is that a possibility? There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite the look of protest McCulloch shoots me, I find myself stopping and looking for it. Searching the immediate surrounding for a familiar form of the woman. We just saved her. I would hate to kill her. I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just arm's length away from me, a mirror shards litter the floor. And right on the biggest frames, they speak. All singing the same mocking tune against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Just smash the pieces, man. Murmurs and laughters, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom into every crevice in my head. Taunting me.
You dragged another person into this, Ashton.
Into another one of your silly little crimes.
All because you can't fix them on your own. You really haven't changed, have you? Some hero you are.
He didn't drag her into this. She was already here.
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistake. Lies is the first instance I've answered. Every second denial has slipped from my mouth, their words have also speeded into my heart, allowing it to prod at and ruse my temper. Despite knowing they were merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hoped I long buried.
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder? To know you're responsible for all of this?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late. And you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Futile?
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends.
Stop talking to hallucinations.
Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Rook right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Right? Just punch all the pieces. And then punch those pieces.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity, it knows. To hear it said in my friend's voice is even more so. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
I'ma save everybody, unless I fucked up.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore.
In the end, your own incompetence will eventually lead to the deaths of everyone you care about.
It laughs, sharp and piercing, as it sounds. Something in me snaps. A rage hastily unfurled, red filling my vision, and the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and... That's why you saved. Something grabs my wrist, followed by a buzz, as another voice breaks through the haze.
Don't listen to it!
The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every senses. All at once, there is this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint old scent of death and decay somewhere, and a hand holding onto my wrist, as if to keep me from hurting myself. In my hands, a shard. Blood drips from where it has cut my palm, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve. Okay, you're right. Now what? Not too deep, negligible even. There is a pain, however, a different kind. An ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but where every single word has hit. When I glance up McCullough, she merely stares at me with wide, horrified eyes.
Don't listen to it. No matter what happens, don't do what it says. It's how it gets us.
My grip on the shard falters, but only after I nod and drop it entirely does she release my grip. Afterwards, she simply steps back and looks away, hugging her arms closer to herself. She breathes a sigh, heavy, perhaps weighted with her own guilt, what this monster might have used against her.
Come on, we're getting close.
She walks off without another comment, but there is worry in her as she gives the fragment one last glimpse. Yeah, calm your nerves, drink some wine. Taking a sip of water. On the ground, they lie lifeless now, no more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
That's what she wants you to think.
You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
A fear. One that has been long kept in the darkest place in my heart. The one that a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It is even locked, probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself up and help McCullough up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with his menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants, no anyone. And just as easy as that, we're in. Gently I close the hatch as if things are going well, the same path will be our way out. If our luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't know what to think. What might happen? Sometimes it's best if we simply revel in the little victories. There's a great blessing when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this, fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly a sob, ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through the empty halls. Beside me, slumped on the ground, pale, breathing heavily, McCullough immediately tenses. Her eyes go wide as she grips the sides of the counter with a force that might be enough to crack it. If only she has the strength. As if she can barely stand, she hasn't fully recovered. Makes sense of the 3 or more days without proper food or water. Sick song? Raid the kitchen! Feed this poor woman! And it's this weakness that puts fear in her eyes. She's aware. If something happens, if there's a need to run, she won't be able to. She's a liability at this point.
Holmes, I really don't think going any further is a good idea. Look at this place. Everything seems fine. Nothing's off. Maybe we should just go? I really don't like the sound of that.
You really don't have to come with me. Just until the kitchen, yeah? We're already here. You've done your part. From here on, I'm going on my own.
Yes, I said that, but...
Can you even stand?
She doesn't answer.
You'll only be putting yourself in more danger if you follow after me. You have an easy way out of here. Stay here. Once you're okay, I need you to get yourself out of this place.
What? I'm not going to leave you.
Well, I'm not taking you with me either, lady. So it's here or out there.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Probably all will be, if no one fixes this little curse problem we have.
You think you'll find something in here? This is just a mansion, for God's sake.
They could leave through the windows. You right.
Maybe it's worth a shot. Besides, if what we're hearing right now says anything, I'd say scumbags.
Who?
Right. He might be knee-deep in trouble and he has no idea about it.
McCulloch still appears as if she's about to argue. So instead of more words, I unholster my taser and hand it to her. A standard issue for every member of Luxembourg police. But it shouldn't take a genius to know how to aim and fire. Even Isabella may just be able to use it without training. Yet, Miss Interior Designer Extraordinaire stares at it as if I just handed her something particularly nasty.
Listen, you want to wait? Fine. I'm leaving this with you. But if I don't come back here within 15 minutes, I want you to backtrack and get the hell out of here.
Are you daft, Holmes? I already told you.
In case something goes wrong, I need someone who can tell people what's going on. Tell my friends what might have happened here. They're at the crawl. You know the place, right?
I trail off, letting the meanings of my word hang in the air. I want to be optimistic about this, really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. McCulloch seems to understand this as well, after what I've said. Any sign of protest has already died from her tongue as she simply looks at the taser quietly. If you die, your friends die too? Pretty much. This guy's chapter is hella long. I hope Luke's chapter isn't hella long, because then I don't know if I'll be able to finish this. After a moment, she just nods. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder, and I take it as a sign to leave. Without another word, I slip out the door. Like a siren's call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. It's probably the ghost! I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there's any need to, the entire place just feels empty. Odd when a house this big should have a large staff. We are like 2 hours into this. I know! His chapter just won't end! You think there'd be one or two roaming about for some late-night chores or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler, though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind who'll do anything to keep himself safe. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
I wonder if he even noticed by this time. Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. Sure, I could have enlisted McCulloch's help. Next to the people who owns this, she's probably the one who's most familiar with the mansion. But the cons of bringing her outweigh the pros. She's better off somewhere a quick exit's in sight. With no tag along, I have to worry about myself, watch my back. Selfish, I know. But necessary. In the same manner, this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really need a guide when the house layout is fairly simple, almost mirrored with only a few modifications to the rooms. Although I've only been here once, I think I've already got a good grasp of this place ins and outs. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me, where the woman cries are leading me. Honestly, after what's happened outside, I'm not even sure if I should be trusting what I'm hearing. Probably shouldn't. But with the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
But nothing's ever that simple, isn't it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses into the next room, something shifts. Oh Lord, we're in the upside down. Survival of the fittest. In a flash nearly without fanfare. It happens in the blink of an eye. I almost miss it. One moment there's red, and in the next, I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls, nothing trailing down the stairs or pulled on the floor, no eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice. Okasa! Okasa! Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
That sign to turn around. I would have left. I'd be like, see ya. Goodbye. Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from. Upstairs. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is who? Another ghost. It's just ghosts. Definitely not the scumbag or the butler. I've yet to see hide nor hair of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife? Though one can't really tell if it's her, the way the walls echo her voice. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move, taking almost 2 steps at the same time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. We're back in the upside down. Is this a quick time event? Hello? I try to shake it off. But the uneasy sensation has already made home in the pit of my stomach. Dread, and it only grows deeper the closer I get to her. Tomato sauce. The relative emptiness of the palace doesn't help either. Why are all the windows open if it's raining? Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows, nor the sheets of rain pelting down the roof. For a fleeting second, I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down into that train of thought. Abruptly, the cries stop, replacing it with,
Please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me. She won't leave, Mother. Mother. I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
Okasa! That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet are already moving before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready at the holster as I hastily set off for the far side of the hall. One alarmed footstep after another while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. The door lies ajar at the end of the... A door lies ajar at the end and coming from the floor above.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I do not hesitate. Moving in, despite the lack of light, the steep stairs, or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment, reaching the top. Then without wasting a second, I push the door open. It's the other lady. There's more ghosts. Now there's 2 ghosts. She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's as if she's heard neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing undisturbed, like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. Is she like the true bad ghost? Double ghost. That's gonna be the twist. She's the real bad ghost. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Ashton, are you gonna die? Did I kill you? Belatedly, I noticed the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenched the whole attic, I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Every single human body doesn't have this much blood. So bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, alright, but this is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at first sight of it. Anyone will. Yet the woman lingers here unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room. Repeatedly the words over and over again, like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she's left on the floor? Is it more letters? Is she the one making the letters? She's the one making the letters, I bet. Just, what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. I should have been more aware, and on guard, really. There's little I can do with a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room is normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get the chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causes me to buckle down and land heavily on my knees. Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun, although before I'm able to turn, level it and shoot, a hand grabs my wrists and twists it. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls into the floor with a thunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out of my reach and slides uselessly under the bed. Is it going to be used later? Remember the gun under the bed. Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edge of my vision. A brief moment of regret hits me for leaving my taser with McCulloch, when a piece of cloth closes around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls tight. Oh no! I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. You gotta put some distance. You gotta put distance on the cloth. Except any sort of movement only causes him to pull taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
It's the butler! Writes Butler. Shit.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hannah Wright?
Let go, you asshole.
Now, Doomkopf, you're in no position to be rude. Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes. Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I manage to write it out and spit out. Munitious?
You. Keep that dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you, it will be more painful than this.
He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edge of my vision. Ever so slowly, the world around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me, and without meaning to.
Get away from him!
Hearing that voice is as if I've been doused with a bucket of ice, cold water, familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately, my eyes snap open. What are you doing here? And right there, right in the attic's doorway, stands Isabella of all people. Rolling pin in one hand and a standard issue police taser in the other. My taser. Are you sure it's Isabella? She must have borrowed it from McCulloch. Are you hallucinating? Where else would she have gotten one? I doubt she'd ever use one even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, like I can easily disarm her in one hit. But there's something in her. in her eyes. Although there's a look of fear in them, and her hand shakes, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at the scumbag's lackey. I don't think Isabella's here. Untrained or not, she does not plan to leave here without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable, really, but it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grow slim with every laughter that slips from him.
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know. Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Damn it. What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she follow after me? Who else came with her? Zach? Rebecca? Are they all here? I don't know what all these updates are. Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is. But she really have to run in here and expose herself like that? You should have shot him while he wasn't looking at you. But I guess it's dangerous to shoot someone touching another person with a taser? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how tasers work. Does she even know how to use a taser? For fuck's sake! More than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Getting strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either. This is why I prefer to do things alone, and that's why you get killed. This is why I'd rather be the only one to take the consequences. I don't even want to think what this bastard might do to her after he's done with me. Though my voice comes off nearly a croak, I tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood as in my tongue as I heave, attempting to get as much air, despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Get out! 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 Val!
Don't be stupid! I'm not leaving you here!
He laughs, too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears in spite of the warmth in them and sends chills down my spine. This man whose hand has already been strained with blood before, he won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open. But in the next second, I still don't exactly understand what's happening. Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain. Not a yell of panic. But one that's resolute. Firm. Perhaps in a tone that's leagues fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me! Ashton, duck!
I do. More out of instinct and desire to survive, closing my eyes before my mind can fully process what's going on. It all happens in a blur. The telltale sound of a taser being discharged resounds throughout the room. The air crackles. Something whizzes by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. The next thing I know, the towel strangling me has started to loosen. I collapse on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. Did we survive? From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Let's go! We got saved! Then, without much fuss, falls face first beside me, knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity and a fucking rolling pin. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry at that. Somewhere in front of me, my oxygen-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the floor, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten, while the mood in the room eases. Get your gun! It's under the bed! Get your gun! A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds we remain quiet, with only our short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline ebb away and both our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but a simple brief respite. There's still the curse. We're still inside the mansion, in immediate danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seemed only to intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. There ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed. I haven't heard that song in a while. Ain't nothing in the world for free. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance and sense of strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable, as is moving, although every small motion causes a wince. There will be bruising tomorrow. I can manage, if you make it to tomorrow. Retrieving my gun under the bed is easy. Good, he got his gun. He got his gun, guys. But only with some effort, I am able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of a handcuff on his wrist while fastening the other end to the bed frame. That should keep him restrained for a few hours in case he wakes up prematurely. All through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hands still shake, and taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any results, spurred only by some kind of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light shake.
Belle, we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them, along with something ineffable? Then, without warning, she lifts a hand and slaps me right across the face. Ooh, that was a love tap. Hit me harder, mama. Ooh! The sound of it cracks the air, shattering the silence like a fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder above the storm. I don't even know what hit me until my head has already snapped back and my cheek stings with her anger. And it is anger. The man just got choked out, and you slapping him? In spite of the stillness and lack of words afterwards, not fuming though, never fuming, but the end that burns lightly and soundlessly, but the kind that burns. A frustration instead of seething rage. One that ebbs just as quickly as it flows, and once the tide subsides, there's only that gleam in her eyes. Warm, steadfast, and unflinching. Quiet, I brace myself for the truth beneath that gaze. It slips from her lips softly, nearly fading under the sound of the rain still falling fast, if not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
That's what you say?
Belle.
If Zach didn't slip up, no one would have known where you went.
Belle, one person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and
You almost died. He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died.
I told Zach to give me 4 hours. That would have been enough time to...
It would have been too late. And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer.
She trails off, drags one indrawn breath after another. A brief lull as her frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop, and through her voice rises hoarse and weary. In her next words, there is only certainty.
You count too, you know? When I said that night, when I told you that I don't want to lose anyone anymore, that includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
And once their meaning fall, roar, It does so not with force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, but with a gentle, steady warmth of a hearth burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving until all that's left is a truth, an understanding. Not alone. Never alone. It lingers, even as we both drip back into silence and her words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after is another warmth blooming. Pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze of squall has left, creating something fragile yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze, unwavering, in the way she carries herself despite sitting amidst a place she fears, in the way she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but will eventually amount to a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but began to matter to me one day. Until, despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips as the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all these years I've carried it, but have never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton. I'm not done scolding you.
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head.
Is it really a time to be making jokes?
Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends her hands towards my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing it closer and folding her hand in between mine. Are they holding hands again? Although her expressions doesn't shift into mild confusion, she doesn't pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors has already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry. No.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this. It's for...
Wow, you sound so close in my ear.
It's for a lot of things.
Get out of my ear.
For calling you clumsy. And careless. And a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Why do you sound so close to the microphone?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling between us as something tender shifts in the air. They're holding hands. Another exhale. Another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainties, but when I finally choose to break silence, it's only when I know what will slip past my mouth is the one truth I will hold against the world.
But for all those callous words,
Is this really the time to be doing this?
despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you. In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
For a long moment, she offers no response. Her grip on my hands merely tightened. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. Instead, I find her on the brink of tears, with an almost unreadable expression on her face. When she notices my eyes on her, she hastily reaches up and wipes it with the back of her hands. It does not keep them from falling as soon as they trail down her cheeks despite her best attempts. To say this is panic shooting up at the base of my throat is a complete understatement. This isn't how I expected this to go. This is probably not the best time to be doing this either.
Hey, Belle, did I say something wrong?
Why would you? I don't even have anything.
He said it.
What?
I don't have anything. I'm not rich. I live off instant noodles almost every day.
You're gonna get stomach cancer.
I can't do anything properly without someone helping me. Except maybe if it's drawing, but that's beside the point. I didn't even get to graduate, even if I was so close. I'm not even sure that scholarship will get me anywhere. And
This is the right time to confess. Seen it in movies. Yes, get her while her emotions are high so she doesn't understand what she's feeling, and all that adrenaline will be mistaken for love, so she's more likely to reciprocate those feelings. You're right.
ever since I came here, in the 5 years you've known me, I've got us into all kinds of trouble. So why would you even say that? I'm not.
Is there no other security? Maybe it's the moment itself that spurs me to it. The desperation. The fear of almost dying. Is his kink being strangled? Did he just discover his kink? That I've already said more than what I usually allow myself, and might as well finish before I lose my nerve. No matter the reason, I reach out for her. Gently, so unlike the way she barged into our lives so many years ago. The way she came in would leave a terrible impression on anyone, really, and yet it's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worms their way into a person's life until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. Isabella trails off once my palm brushes against her tear-stained cheeks, but she neither pulls away nor pushes my hands off. Rather, she looks at me wide-eyed with another searching look. Are you gonna kiss? I only have one answer for that. Are you gonna kiss?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, you're back in the mic again.
All of that is still you, and that's enough for me.
No promises, only truths. Perhaps the only genuine thing I can offer her at the moment. We don't even know what will happen, or if we'll ever survive this. So instead of words, I lean in, our foreheads briefly touching, before brushing my lips tenderly against hers. Besitos! Girl, close your eyes. That's creepy. Don't kiss with your eyes open. That's weird. The kiss is nothing intimate by any means. There's a brief second our lips touch when she tenses, unsure. A long moment of not knowing what to do with her hands until she settles them on mine. Slipping it up my arm in a light grip. Afraid. Too afraid to make mistakes or hurt. But for now, it's enough. It's the closest we can come to it. Rather than give out empty promises or grand proclamations, we have this. She closed her eyes. Something she soon understands as her shoulders ease and she permits me to draw her closer, deepening the kiss. They're kissing! Gross! All she sees is his nose when she keeps her eyes open. Soft and gently, a short second of simply allowing the world to melt away around us, and this to roar above anything else. Like every little thing between us has built up to this one single point in time. A moment that becomes ours and ours alone. Something to hold close until all of this is over. We part later to the sounds of the world rushing back around us. Thunder, rain, and lightning. All to remind us both of a reality we have to face. Enough to dampen the mood and force back the worry I've temporarily forgotten. Yet when I glance back at Isabella, all she has for me is a small smile, bright and hopeful. Where's everybody else? And it is strength enough. Once I try to draw from, when the rest of my forehead against hers one last time. Before leading us both out, her hand in mine. They're holding hands. Power still hasn't come back when we make our way downstairs. Tricky considering the stairs in the attic are a bit old. One misstep and anything might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that'll happen to you. With the stairs this steep, a broken neck is a likely outcome. Thankfully, Isabella's here to guide me through the darkness. She knows this place better than anyone. After all, in spite of all the misfortunes it has brought to us...
Careful, the floorboards over there aren't very sturdy.
Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks. The piece is falling somewhere with a dull thunk.
Oh shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, my foot.
See? I told you so. You never listen to me.
Bitch!
They renovated the whole mansion and they can't even replace one tiny part of the house.
Why don't you file a complaint to BRC then? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear it. You know it was such a rush job.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts battering the window in the attic. The power of love will beat the ghost. The friendship in anime. It makes you wonder why, up until now, the only person we've encountered from this house is the butler. Although, to some degree, that makes sense. He is in charge of running the place. Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption is they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they've likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they have also heightened security. I brushed it off earlier, thinking they'll all posted at I can't read. I've brushed it off earlier, thinking they'll all be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are. But the second floor is devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant of this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. Did they all get murdered? More importantly, where's that scumbag? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that we're here right in the fucking middle of it makes me all the more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once we reach the landing and Isabella swings the door open. She pauses abruptly right in the doorway that I almost run into her. A look of confusion in her as she looks wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in her surroundings. We each turn and shift her eyes, her shoulders only growing tense, and look apprehension slowly drawing on her.
Isabella, what are you...
We aren't supposed to be here.
Sure enough, when I look up, we're standing in the kitchen, pots, pans, and all. In one corner, Zach and Rebecca watch almost surprised to see us. Miss McCulloch also with them. Of course, she didn't listen to me even if I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we've agreed on. Although, color and strength seems to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. You better have been munching on everything in this kitchen. Is that fear of a human I smell? What? The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part in that. Good news, I guess. As for the other two, however, relieved as I am that they've had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't keep but roll my eyes at both of them.
Zach, I said 4 hours.
I know, but Isabella asked and... Come on, bro. You know I ain't a very good liar.
I was gonna say see, but you can't see fear.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
We all tried, all right? She was out the door before we could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
All three of them exchange a look. One that I absolutely don't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw right. I need to get these people out of here. Lucky we're in the kitchen and we have two ways out, the back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge, and when I pull it at I pull at it, and neither does the back door, as if something has locked it firmly on the other side. Zach also gives it a few tries, but even with the big guy's strength, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In that same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Blood. I don't see no blood. In every nook and cranny, over every surface, and every inch of the floor. Am I just supposed to assume it's an even coat? This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains, and gradually the whole room begins to reek of that familiar metallic scent. Sharp and suffocating. Around us... Ugh. Ew, I don't like that noise. Around us, every object, including the cupboards, have started to rattle as well. You figured they would try to break the window, but I think they're trying to leave, like, unnoticed. The sounds from the outside, foreboding rumble of thunder, and even the howling winds have begun to fade away, replaced by whispers, shouts, and cries of pain. Though inaudible, each beat and note bombards every crevice of my head with vague images and sounds. There's no time to make sense of everything, however. I'm already shouting, fueled purely by adrenaline, barking orders and making a break for the door that leads to the next room, the dining. It should take us straight to the foyer, where the main door is.
Move! Run!
Right in front of us, the mansion has started to change, and we're in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room, like it's supposed to open to, the bedroom welcomes us instead. Oh, so things are warping, I see. Interesting. There is no way out, Butters. An image that lasts only but a second before blood begins to seep into the room. Ooh, I love what you've done with the place. It's lovely. Filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny, everywhere, furniture shakes, even beams rattle. Just break the windows, and the killer gets in. Just badge their head in. It's a ghost. You can't bash a ghost. Before we can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of us, the door slams shut. I mean, there's a terrace. Can we jump from the terrace? A loud thud, bringing a sense of dread and chill, creeping up in each of us. Although with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with one door closed, tight behind us, showing no signs of budging, even through sheer force, there's no choice but to go forward and hope to all gods it will lead us to an exit. There's a foyer! Terrace! Right there! You see that tree? It's a whole fucking tree right there! Butters, no, that toy is gross. Don't bring me that toy. No, not that toy. Bring another toy. That's the stinky toy. Until then, don't get mad. Until then, running's the only thing we can do, spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
Shut your whore mouth! But with each room we pass, it only becomes apparent that the house has no intention of letting us leave. What do you mean half-blind? It lured all of us here, and we've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with us. A sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughters are the only thing we can hear. With every hall we cross, the door we slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun to my hip is useless here. I am useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey. Just give it up.
No!
All of them will eventually die because of you.
No!
And you
are going to die alone.
No! That kiss was worth reading for another 3 hours. Hopefully this game isn't another 30 hours. Butters, don't bring me that toy. It's gross. They can't see the windows or the thing with the tree. Unless there's, like, a void to them. I don't know.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You know it's true, though.
all of it.
It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're
ears. I don't want to touch that toy. It's gross.
You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker our chances simply get. Yeah, let's play with this one. Wails and screams of the damned fill our ears as we pass by. Words from a time and people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out, reaching out to us. Are we gonna see Miss Cooper? Their voice is almost too real, as if we're not the only ones trapped here, that there are others begging for release from this wretched place. Or maybe it's all just a show, a taste of what will eventually be. Souls forever held captive in a never-ending nightmare.
Mother. I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please.
It's the blonde bitch. She's the one doing it all.
She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
No. Is this what the curse is? What it means for all of us? That letter, not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? Beckoning for unsuspecting souls to be dragged into this place's horrors? To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony? Suddenly dying a painful death seems preferable, enticing than ending up here, living in a tortured existence. Or perhaps it's all the same. Still, hope warms its way into me. Not usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to, as long as it'll get us out of here. We're back in the dining room again. How long have we been running? How long since we've left the kitchen? At some point I've lost track of time. With the windows barred tight and the sound lifting the air, nothing but shouts and shrieks. It's impossible to tell. But me and my friends, 'cause some of us are blonde like me. What? Not that it matters when an end is in sight. Shelves and furnishings bar the door, each stained with blood and gore. That if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap left at the topmost part for a person to go through, as long as you use the shelves to climb.
It's an exit, all right.
From here I can spy the familiar walls of the foyer. Relief. Only relief washes over me. Though my legs have been strained, taught by all that running, and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension relieving, while energy back flows through me again at the sight of an end. No sooner, I'm leading us out of it. Zach helps McCulloch first, assisting her up and through the gap before giving a hand to both Rebecca and Isabella. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for him to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, he does without any protests. Not that there's any need to. Someone after entering this room, the whole place has calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening, but I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare, safe. For all I know, this may be a calm before the storm. Without a further incident, however, Zach makes it to the other side, and I'm following after him. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. If Zach can fit in, you can fit in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct, or my training, or whatnot, but I have this feeling something's going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before drowning out on the better side of the stream, my hand shifts to my gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor when...
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two.
It's Luke!
People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it? I feel so left out.
A chill seeps into every vein of my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it's anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year and holding a grudge against him for more without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits, I'm familiar with all of them. And right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upward is nearly too painful, knowing the danger. Not to me, but to those who have been lured in here by the curse. He's got a gun! But so do I. The handgun catches my eye first next to that smarmy smile of his face, while he holds McCulloch, Zach and Rebecca, and Isabella at gunpoint. I never heard you swear. I swear all the time. Like, all the time. Like an unhealthy amount that I'm probably going to get demonetized for a lot. It's sight enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent. Too focused on the other things that I've completely set aside the fact that the scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. Guys, I think we should probably be checking out our health because it would kind of be weird to see someone talking to the air. I don't know what you're talking about. But even with those good intentions, curses, and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is if he's even aware that the whole of his house has somehow disappeared and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Fuck. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there are significant efforts in him not to simply shoot everyone in sight.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What about little Lily over there, then? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is?
Totally.
Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
Becca's right, sir. We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight.
Tut tut.
Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you.
That's sexist. Even charges. Charge them harder.
But really now.
Oh wait, is this the gun guy, the dad of the spoiled brat? No, he's the godfather.
I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy.
Privacy.
This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Casually, he waves the handgun at them, as if just a mere toy, and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his, nothing stopping him from pushing those with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture I draw my own and level it at him, finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. Oh no. He's quick to train his own on me, though, and just like that, we're at a standstill.
Now, Feathers. Manners.
You have weird nicknames for everybody.
You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall. You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
What do you mean you're kind? Shooting him right now will be so worth it. With the way he stares at me like I'm a damn pest. But this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him, I'm not the kind who will kill people in cold blood for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves one of these days. At the moment, however, We're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. The longer we stand here, the more time we're wasting and losing. Something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? This scum is so full of himself, prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably only way I can make him listen is if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. Maybe I should eliminate the immediate danger first and disarm him. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't know what's the better option. I feel like disarming might be bad, but I don't know if he'll even listen if we beg. And I am a proud Latin woman. Latin women don't beg for shit. This is hard. This is a hard decision. Disarm? I feel like we'll get killed. Are you sure? You're not gonna get him killed? He finally got to kiss Isabella! They're gonna have tan Asian babies. Okay, I'm gonna trust you. I don't... What's going on at this point? I don't... I feel like disarm is a bad choice. I feel like that's a bad choice. Ah! Ah! I don't know. Because it's like tricky sometimes with these things. Like, what you think is a bad choice isn't the bad choice. I could Google it. I feel like it's gonna go badly if we try to disarm him. Disarming him gets rid of the danger, and you can shoot him in the eyes and make him blind. But that's if we can disarm him. Because he could easily just shoot us. Alright. If this was a Telltale game, it wouldn't matter. It does matter! You can die! Alright, we're gonna try beg. My life's not the only one at risk here, however. There's Zach, there's Rebecca, there's Isabella, there's McCullough here as well. Because then he could shoot back. We're all unknowing victims in this fucking curse. And I'm in no position to pick who to save and who I should simply let die. I suppose my pride can take a few hits, and I can set aside my beef with this asshole. Taking a deep breath, I slowly lower my pistol. Oh no, he's gonna get shot! Though still on edge and at the ready, in case he does something, I do my best to assume a less aggressive stance.
Listen, right. I need you to...
Swallow your pride. I got an achievement.
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy.
Yes.
Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
But we're not trying to kill you.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted to do, I could have done it so many times already. In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
Suddenly he laughs, almost howling, in fact. Like I just told him the best joke he's heard in all his life. The only thing that's missing is for him to keel over and start rolling on the floor, while I do my best not to sock him with the sorry end of my pistol. Scumbag's voice sounds familiar. Maybe.
You have guts, Feathers. You have guts.
Do you respect me?
Did you hear what you just told me? You've just threatened me inside my own house. My own home. You know what I'm thinking right now?
Are you gonna shoot him?
In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
He's right on that. At least I might have ended up like him if I didn't have Professor Andrew, Rebecca, Zach, and Isabella. One mistake and it would have been too late for me. With his laughter rings all of those possibilities I could have lived, but I've never been given the choice. All because I have other people with me, people who care. A sobering realization. But not so much, when suddenly his chuckling stops. In 2 heartbeats he marches towards me, grabs my collar, and aims his gun at my head. Oh no!
Ashton!
No!
Luke, no!
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
At this distance, a slight flick of the finger on the trigger will be able to do more than kill me.
What is it that you people really want with me? This is the 2nd time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
My eyes trained on him in spite of the huge threat he poses right now, because if there's anything people like him, like us, prefer, it's honesty. You don't give that impression without keeping a solid eye contact.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Why, you insolent!
His finger moves, but I'm prepared, my hand ready to reach up, disarm him, and knock him out. If I have to drag him out of this place unconscious, to keep him from suffering the fates of every other person who has died from this curse, so be it. I mean, you say all these things, but can you really? However, before either of us could fire a shot or tackle the other to the ground, another voice echoes through the foyer. A small little thing compared to the storm raging outside. It rings above it, nevertheless, causing all of us to stop and turn. How is his arm getting bad? He's not even using it. At the top of the stairs, Hannah Wright stands. This is getting too intense! To make matters worse, the thing's behind her, menacing, a rotting hand wrapped firmly around her neck. She looks like death. Pale and shaky, eyes red with tears, we nearly don't hear her as she pleads.
Help me. Please.
Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and clap of thunder ripples across the sky. In Death's grip, I don't know if that's a good or a bad achievement. As if this whole thing can't get any more foobar than it already is. I don't know what foobar means. Oh no, don't die. Oh no! No! Ah, no! To say that I'm scared of what's happening is a gross understatement. Trouble of any sort is the last thing I want to get home to after a long day at work and a trip to the bar. And whether I see Hannah near prostrate, I can only feel dread. She twitches and seizes, body wound and coiled tight before trashing, shuddering and shaking. Why are we just standing here and watching her get choked by death themselves? 'Cause she's a ghost. Like a woman possessed, her mouth falls open and her eyes roll to the back of her head. It has the hallmark signs of a seizure. The symptoms are similar enough. And that alone, and that knowledge, the fact that I know this, only makes me feel worse. Any anger I had caused by our disagreement on parting ways, no matter how temporary she claimed it to be, disappeared. The alcohol-induced daze that I felt has brushed aside as I run to help her. Fubar means F up beyond all repair. Oh, okay, thank you. None of that matters at the moment. Because I hold her close is all I can do while she trashes about. So now we're playing as Luke. We're probably... We've reached... So Luke's story is beginning where Hannah's ended, I think. So that's where the timeline is. I know this is wrong, that I'm not supposed to hold her down, yet I do it out of instinct, reflex even. I'm terrified of hurting her, but I see no other way to keep Hannah from hurting herself. It takes a lot to keep myself from running off to get help when she needs me here. And it takes everything I have to keep myself intact. When she says my name, I realize the seizures have stopped, but that doesn't make the dread go away.
Luke, please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
The sight of her tear-streaked face is enough to twist the knife in. It does not help that I am as lost as she is right now, and all I can say is...
Shh, it's alright. You're safe now, Hannah.
Yeah, Luke literally waiting over here while the girl's getting invitation to heaven.
You're safe now.
It takes a bit to go through the house with my inebriated self. That even made worse by the fact that I had to carry a nearly unconscious person as well. I was about to give up too until Shokren shows up to lighten the load. He quietly takes her from me without question and brings her up to the bedroom. And me? Well, I couldn't bring myself to follow, not right now. Not while I'm drunk and rattled by what had transpired. It's a miracle I was able to help at all. So here I am, sulking in a parlor chair with a glass of wine in hand. I can't even remember what particular vintage it is, and I practically did not care right now.
Because when you're already drunk and still have problems, even more alcohol should help.
Of course, the butler chooses now to appear and be unhelpful.
You know what actually solves all problems? Death. But it is not recommended.
Death does not solve any problems. Do not listen to Butler.
Alcohol isn't a true solution either.
It's worked well enough for me.
I like to believe that I get my best ideas when I'm thoroughly hammered. Not everyone might agree, but they can't really do anything about it, can they? With a fuck ton of money comes great power, sometimes responsibility. He's drunk, that's why he's blushing. And with that responsibility comes a lot of reasons to get drunk. Of course, I can't just tell responsibility to sod off if I was feeling reckless. And Christ, I must be really drunk if I'm thinking in circles. I must need something to focus on, and I should be fine.
How is she? Is she alright?
What is this voice he's making? If panic crept into my voice in that question, I don't let it show. Shouldn't be blushing, be a bit green. I mean, in most anime stuff, they're usually blushing. It would be a show of weakness to be so frazzled. To show so much concern over a woman who's going to put me aside. People like him who work for me I trust with business, but not with myself. Never with that. Only Hana has come so close. Only she has truly seen the man beneath the facade. Only her actions can wound me so.
Sleeping. Aside from a few bumps and bruises, she seems to be fine. A maid is watching over her for now. It is best not to leave her alone. But, if I may ask, what happened? I was in the gardens when I heard screaming. Did you...
No, it wasn't me.
I am quick to be on the defensive. I may be capable of a lot of horrible things, but I would never harm her. Of all people, no matter how angry I might become, I would never lay a hand to hurt her.
I didn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything like that. I don't even have a reason to.
You don't consider her wanting to be a part as reason?
It isn't. Well, it is. I don't want to talk about it right now. But what happens was I got home. She was seasoned in the kitchens. Is she ill?
Not that kind of doctor. But I've already scheduled your physician for a house call tomorrow morning.
What kind of doctor are you then?
We'll still have to monitor her as soon as she wakes up and...
Oh god. Things are coming back to me. I need a drink.
Really? You're still drinking?
Why, yes, it seems to be the bloody best time to be drinking. I'm allowed, aren't I?
No, your doctor said no.
After all, I've just found my wife having a seizure, and I shouldn't give two shits about it. Not when she's about to leave me.
But I do. Goodness, I do. A big generous gulp just makes it so the taste of cherries, raspberries, and strawberries wash over my tongue. A thing too sweet considering its deceptively earthly aroma. If you're not the right doctor, get out of here. I don't particularly like wine. It tastes like old grape juice to me. Like, I've tried white wines and red wines. Bleh. I prefer wine coolers. This particular bottle, in fact, was a gift. It serves the purpose Lady Blairinot, I don't know how to pronounce these fancy names, had given it to me for, to forget. All the same, whether I took this bottle or Pinot Noir, it is a means to an end. I will probably have to finish the whole bottle to get drunker than I already am.
But no, she doesn't need to be taken care of. If she wants her time apart, she'll have it.
It'll break my heart to just let her go, but she deserves this much, doesn't she? We both deserve this much.
She's had her uses.
She's done a lot for me in the 7 years we've been together. I persuaded her, at first for the money. It was supposed to be strictly business. Then I might have been the time too, when I considered taking her out of the picture so I can do with the money as I pleased. I had planned to manipulate her, and I feel horrible thinking about it. But along the way, I had changed. If only for her. Perhaps my father would scoff, tell me I've gone soft. Maybe I have. Does it matter? 7 long years. It had its ups and downs, and certainly hasn't been a perfect marriage. We had our fights. Who hasn't? And you cheated on her constantly. But those small moments where we could just laugh and be our happy selves were always magical. They made all these years worth it, and I had seen many more years to come. So where did I go wrong? When you were at the bar, slipping your sausage in whatever bun you found. I've loved only 2 women in my life. Mother dear, bless her soul, and Hana, who has been my sunshine for so long. Losing her, I feel that might become more like my father. I don't get that. Like, people say they love someone, but then they, like, cheat on them, and it's like, you don't. You don't respect them. I had Damien, right, stayed with my mother, or any of the other numerous women he's had a child with, would he have been less of an embittered shell of a man? Would having a darling love in his life made him a better person? Perhaps it is a bias of me to doubt so. I don't think I can ever see the old man in a favorable light.
I'm just surprised that you're not afraid. She might be leaving with delicate information.
Whose side are you on?
Oh, she might know something. But if she hasn't done anything with the knowledge for this long, I don't think she would do anything now.
Alright, good night, animal. Thanks for stopping by.
If she had even an inkling of what I've done, what I'm capable of, she'll know it's not a good idea. Hana's a smart woman.
If she was smart, she wouldn't have married you. If only we could. Smart, kind, hardworking, generous, loyal. I can go on and wax poetic about her if I had a talent with the stuff. I wonder if things would have turned out differently had I listened to McCulloch. If I talked to Hana, maybe asked her about her plans and what she wanted, she wouldn't be leaving me. Like a pretty bird, I wanted her in a cage, and now I must let her free and hope she flies back to me.
don't you sit down and have a drink with me? Don't worry, it's not poisoned or anything.
Lonely? Oh, I suppose there is no harm.
Really? With a shake of my head, I procure another glass and pour some of the red wine. I'm surprised he said yes. Watching the red liquid is fascinating all on its own with my muddled brain. That I barely noticed sloshing some of it and staining my suit. But it'll be an utter bugger to clean, so I'm glad that it's not my problem. Handing it over, I can't help but look up at the ceiling and let out a sigh. My eyes damp, glaze over, though I won't let it go further than that. Raising my own glass for a toast, I clear my throat.
We drink to... Do we really need a reason to? The world is messed up. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and love lost. The world is a cesspool. Might as well be drunk if we're going to drown in it.
A bit less eloquent than your usual speeches, but zum Wohl.
Zum Wohl. A sip. A gulp. Refill. Rinse and repeat until the bottle of Lane has barely a fifth left. I must have drunk most of it because I barely see Stroken take a sip after his first glass. It certainly feels that way. I don't even think I can stand up, let alone walk. I'm all legless. My mind just feels so funny and everything else is equally hilarious. Bloody hell, I think I can make out faces of bald men in the wallpapers. With the butler also standing up, he looks like a skyscraper from where I'm seated.
Jesus Christ, I have Sasquatch as a butler.
I have a great alcohol tolerance to this. Seeing how I'm giggling wreck right now is, assume, really bad. If there's any sober part of me left, it'd probably shrivel up and die just thinking of the hangover that'll come in the morning. But I can't help but get distracted at the sight of moonlight peeking through the curtains, shiny, shimmery, and absolute splendid. Even if the night brought calm, it is the moon that always enamored me so. It is a second sun, but just as beautiful as my sunshine.
I want to go out and look at the moon. Mommy, I can't feel my legs.
Mutter, I am not. Don't tell me I have to carry you upstairs to bed.
You know, Hana, she told that photo man that I was a trying husband. I can't even. The nerve of them, right? He goes and takes her out shopping, and they give me lip service in return. I bet they were talking shite while they were in the store spending my money.
It's Hana's money.
Am I a trying husband, Joe?
I wouldn't know. You're not my husband, are you? But you are a trying Dummkopf when you are this drunk.
I didn't even do nothing. I did my best to behave decent.
No, you didn't.
Whiskey and Mint are just good friends, that's all. And that Rochelle woman's baby isn't mine. I swear, I couldn't love any other woman than Hana. Hana must be so tired. I'm a brat, aren't I? She said as such. I don't want Hana to leave me, Joe. Oh God, she's the love of my life, you know? I'm a shy human being without her. I should... Flowers. Lots and lots of flowers. All of the flowers.
All of them. All the flowers.
Enough to make the Queen's Gardens look like a fucking dumpster fire in comparison.
All well and good, but you are not achieving any of that while you are lying on the carpet. Now, if you can lift your skinny ass and work with me. 1, 2, 3.
The butler's funny, and I like him, except for when he's doing, like, evil shit.
I don't want to go to bed. The moon is so pretty tonight.
I should just let you sleep on the ground, Bratwurst.
You're gonna have bad dreams.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty face from day to day.
Is this like a young Luke? Because it sounds like a girl.
Come on, Mummy, wake up. I want to be in that play. Mummy, wake up. You promised that you'd help me practice my lines today. The auditions are tomorrow, so I have to practice. The last syllables of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools. The way to Dusty.
Is Mummy dead?
Mummy, are you...
I choke back a scream, and I wake up in a cold sweat. With my heart pounding in my ears, it takes a while to remember where I am. In the dark cold of the room, one can't fault me for feeling ill at ease. It isn't as bright as the penthouse, and the renovations did little to change how old it feels. We've been here for less than a week. It'll take a bit more time to adjust. It's hard to feel cozy, though, when my bloody freezing. Nudging the lump of fabric next to me, I sigh.
It's cold. Don't hug the sheets, Hannah.
She always did this, though. It hardly bothers me. Growing up, I was lucky to have something to use as a mattress. I'm not the one who grew up accustomed to Egyptian cotton with a thread count of 800. Besides, the warmth that Hannah exudes on her own is usually enough to keep me sleeping through the night. The temperature tonight must be something else with how chilly it is right now. I must be considerate. After all, the poor dear is ill. Though I loathe to think about what had just transpired.
Don't make me pull those sheets off you. That blanket is large enough to cover an elephant. You'll need to share.
It takes a while.
What was that, honey? Apologies. I'm just in the loo, so if you can give me a moment.
There's no sign that they'll be moving where they lie. With care, I go for a knife hidden under the side of my bed. It would be foolish of me to instigate anything while I'm unarmed, after all. To pull back the covers would be more difficult affair because reaching out to uncover who was underneath, I have to prepare for anything and assume the worst. If I see so much as the nozzle of a gun, there's going to be a murder tonight. I know they say not to bring a knife to a gunfight, but I think I can sink a blade in his liver faster than he can point and aim. I see the rise and fall of the sheets, though it could easily be a mistake, as the fault of the breeze. I hear their breathing. A great sense of foreboding comes over me, making me hesitate with my plan. I should just get Hannah and myself out of here, not look back and let security handle it. That's what they're there for. Or maybe I should just man up. There's no way I'm risking the chance that inaction will put Hannah in danger. But what's the worst that could happen? I have no reason to be afraid. There's no boogeyman under the bed, no monster in my closet. If anything, these things should be afraid of me. Right? I grab a fistful of the sheets and throw them aside. Is this going to be a quick time event? Nothing. Nothing but a bunch of pillows stare back at me. Must be my imagination. I'd rather not think I'm going mad. It could very well be the stress getting to me. All this drama with Hannah. I've been doing well all these years, all things considered. I guess I do have a breaking point. But still, the world goes on even if one cannot. I must go along with it. I suppose a day off or two tomorrow wouldn't hurt. Rest aside from a few hours of sleep will be welcome, more than. But I can't shake off the unease. I dare say that I feel afraid, irrationally so, that something will come creeping and crawling under the bed, even as I lay back down and close my eyes. Okay. So I think we have to go back. So we're on the 30th? So we're starting pretty close. So hopefully his chapter's not very long. The odd dreams don't linger, thankfully. But with the morning comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. Is this when Zach shows up? And I have very fine tastes. I think this is when Zach shows up. When the piercing ring of a doorbell reaches the bedroom, I am very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only thing good in this is that the ruckus has chased away the needling guilt from last night's commotion, if only temporarily. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that this is going to be a long day. It hasn't even started. Therefore, the racket Even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the bed and heading straight for the main door. There will be a murder today if it doesn't let up. How quaint. It seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting me in my nerves as of late.
Gordon Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour of the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is how long Hana's patience with me will last after the indecent at the party incident. Neither of the deafening silence nor the biting chill spreading across every room in the place. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side, the hour he dared appeared on my doorstep. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone this early. Brief confusion quickly gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Hana will disapprove, scold me for treating the man with such disrespect, if she hears me right now. She seems fond of him after all, treats him like a friend she's known for years. But she's not here, isn't she? Well, she doesn't know.
You! Again! It's bloody 6 in the morning! What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't!
This is still my home. My rules also apply to this place as much as Hana's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens it's also a person I will never take a liking to. No need for remorse.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it, and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves, and silence once again fills the room, as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for a psychiatric service. He certainly sounds mental, just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming the immediate grounds. Nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Sorokin will take care of it, if need be. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand, a hangover. Maybe I'll have some absinthe to temper it, dog's hairs, or some wine to help get me back to sleep. It's still early, 1 glass won't hurt. Or 2. Whatever the case, I need to think of wherever that will lead me to. It's nothing. Everything leads to nothing, except for this pounding headache as if my mind will burst at any time and leak out of my ears. My vision swims in and out of view. My stomach threatens rebellion with the plans of making me throw up. What little food I've taken in with how my mouth feels. Like it's filled with cotton. One would think that the fact that I'm hungover would make me the grumpiest person in the room. But as it is, my eyes move over to Hana, who stirs sugar in her tea and scowling down at it, all the while as if it has just murdered a baby in front of her. I have half the mind to bemoan my current state and make a fool of myself just to make her smile. And I'm rather good at bemoaning. Not that I would admit that. Why, I'm already adopting the posture of a whiny teenager as I speak, slouched forward with my cheek on the table.
Oh, I'm dying! Oh, God, I'm dying! Hana? Johan's, call an ambulance, please!
Is he crying?
Let it be known that I leave all my belongings to Hannah right knee Evans. Everything but 30,000 quid. But oh, I see a bright light. I see a farm. Mother dearest, is that you? Little Lucille is on his way home. I'm so sorry, but I must leave you, Hannah. Cover my face. Your eyes dazzle. I die young.
Is he like playing? That much I can manage through the hangover. A thing entirely of my own fault, considering I've twice drunk the night before. Another thing I will never admit, really, it's a miracle I haven't cured alcohol poisoning yet.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Luke. Besides, you never lived in a farm. You hate farms. We are not bringing you to the hospital for a hangover. Really? One would think you'd be used to it by now with how stubborn you are about your drinks. Dare I ask what the 30,000 quid is for, though?
He pulls a small smile from her for a moment, but the pinched look on her face returns quickly enough.
He lost a bet with Robert and Elise after a night of drinking at the Crawl. 10,000 each. And another 10 to me.
The sneer that makes its way to my face doesn't hold as much heat as it usually does. It's just a bit of friendly ribbing. Though I still wish he wouldn't tattle. Of course, it was my fault for mentioning the money. It wasn't like anyone would notice 30 grand missing from millions, though. That's how much I spend on a normal weekend.
Oh, must you be such a teacher's pet? I told you not to talk about it.
I'm having second thoughts about moving to the penthouse. If this is what you do when I'm not looking.
I've almost forgotten about our little arrangement, too. Shame. Hopefully that's the reason why she's so intent on glaring at the table until its varnishes peel off. The alternative would be sobering.
It was that one time. I'm not a child in need of minding or mother hens. As much as I'd love for you to stay, you said you need some time to yourself. Don't let the fact that I lost a bet once make you think I have to be supervised.
It wasn't. I'm just worried about you, Luke. I'd be less so if you actually sat up.
Why are you worried about me? I'm more concerned about what your doctor told you. How did the house call go?
I didn't want to intrude on her privacy when the doctor arrived. A ridiculous sentiment considering I still am her husband. But it wasn't like I could have done any good being there. What with nursing a hangover and all. However, a part of me feared what would be said, not to mention I trust that Hannah would tell me if something's serious. Of course, it probably is something bad, and I would be a fool to hope otherwise. I found her having a seizure, for God's sake. I should have rushed her to the hospital as soon as she woke, but it was her insistence that kept me at bay. A cup of tea finds itself in my hands, an attempt to appease me, no doubt. But I don't bother to drink it, let alone look up. If anything, I just press my forehead on the table to hide a childish pout on my lips. Not that this is any better.
It was fine. The physician took some of my blood, and he scheduled me for a few lab tests tomorrow morning. I've already called for a driver and attendant to accompany me, so there's no need for you to worry.
And what? You'll just be leaving me behind then? And I don't think you should be going anywhere alone.
You hate hospitals even more than you hate farms, Luke.
You hate a lot of things.
And Kylie's coming for your play date tomorrow, remember? Relax. I'm taking Johans with me if it makes you feel better.
Herr Dr. Hobbs asked that I keep her under observation for the time being. Naturally, I'll be reporting my findings at the hospital.
Sitting up, I run a finger over the rim of my teacup and mull it over. I do hate the bloody place. I thought hiring Storken would have been enough for me to avoid the place. Apparently not. Bloody doctors and bloody sick people. I don't want to catch anything contagious. I can't even tell crying people to shut up if they're getting too annoying. Respecting their grief, my arse. Save for a life and death situation, I'd rather avoid the mass graveyard that hid beneath the sterile air of white tiles.
I guess you two can go without me. But I can't believe how naturally you two conspire behind my back. Don't expect my help if those bloody doctors bleed you too dry. Vampires, every single one of them. Not as bad as lawyers and politicians, but close enough.
Yeah, doctors do be charging nickel and diming you.
You do know Carly will be upset when she finds out you're not here tomorrow. Again.
She'll be happy enough to spend time with her fairy godfather, I'm sure. You're a good role model for her, despite your whining.
No matter how many times Hana claims that whining is unbecoming of me, I never listen. It's not like anyone that matters is here to judge. Well, it's not like anyone else actually matters. I'll whine if I bloody well want to, and I'll be no lesser because of it. Of course I will not tolerate another person's whining, except perhaps for Hana's, but she hardly ever does that. Even right now I can see as a look of pain passes on her face, and her hand goes to her stomach. She keeps quiet, not bringing it up or complaining. What should I do? Lots and lots. Oh, I don't know how long Luke's chapter is. I should look it up. If it's too long, I might have to split this up. The letter. How long is Luke's chapter? I always go for B. But if C is an option, you gotta go for C. And I'm trying to see if I can figure out how long Luke's chapter is. Keeps trying to give me Bible stuff. Okay. Try not to read anything. I can't find out. It's probably kind of long. But given the last chapter, it will also be long. Because, like, he is 3 days away from the ending. Because, like, he's right here. Ashton started... where did Ashton start? I think Ashton started, like, somewhere around here. So we're already over here. But they'll probably find a way to drag it out. What does he do? What's his job? President and CEO of what? Atheist. High school dropout, and you got all this money. Lucky bastard. A prostitute's son. Wow. All meant a too drunk mother and her equally drunk clients, some of who would take a beating, the child out of anger. Oh, you had a tough backstory. That meant he was always in trouble, in one form or another. Nothing was done to correct it until, in a sober moment, his mother found out about the abuse and promised to take better care of her son. Luke was happy for a while, but his mother's bad habits led to an early grave and left him orphaned until his biological father, a businessman with no legitimate heir, sought him out. He was trained to inherit right enterprise, but along the way got mixed up with illegal activities that put the company in a bad spot. Oh, his assistant robbed him. I see. interesting life. I'll probably have to break this into 2 parts, because then we'll be in here till like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. We'll be here forever. Lord. Man. I didn't think Ashton's chapter would be that long. I was hoping I'd be able to finish this today. But we'll have to save it for another day. Because I can't be here till like 2 a.m. doing this. Rich kids, am I right? I mean, he didn't start off rich. He at least had to earn it a little bit. Alright. So we'll have to change the stream name. Letter Finale. Part 1. So that it's not a lie. And then we'll probably finish this next week because my throat is dry from all the reading. Alright. Well, thank you for sticking around so long. I didn't know if anyone was still watching. But, we'll probably play Persona again next Wednesday. We'll try to finish this. I didn't expect it to be this long either. Because, like, it's been, like, what, 30-some episodes? Jesus. But, can I see how many hours I've played? Probably somewhere. Probably on Steam. But yeah, we'll play Persona Wednesday. We'll finish this next Friday. And then I think... Hold on, I need to check the calendar. How do I open the calendar? Okay. So next week, and then after that, maybe 2 of Persona. Then I have like 2 weeks after that I don't know what I'm doing. We'll be playing Persona, but I don't know what the second thing will be. Right now, it's been 4 hours, and this game is still going. But I will finish it. It was demanded. Cause like, I had played Ashton's chapter for like 2 episodes before this, so it's more than 4 hours. It is well over 4 hours. Because it was like 2 episodes, I think, recorded, and that was an hour each. Almost, or at least 45 minutes at minimum. Damn. Oh, right. Oh well, we'll finish this next Friday. Because these take too long. It's too long. Alright, but thank you for sticking it out as long as you did. If you didn't, you can watch it later. And we'll continue next week. Catch you Wednesday for more Persona, and Tuesday for the Love Hina manga review. It's a spicy one. It's a spicy review. Alrighty. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.